各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了北京 JDG 的下路选手 Pace， 请他先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的 Pace，
欢迎 Pace。那首先第一个问题，上场赛后你们已经成功晋级到了淘汰赛，不过相信队伍意在拿下每一场比赛的胜利。今天与 AL 的这一场强强对话，你有什么期待吗？
전 경기 이기고 나서 이제 프로 진출됐는데요. 아마 이제 모든 경기 다 이기기 위해서 준비를 할 텐데 이제 이번 강한 AL 만났을 때 혹은 어떤 소감 드시나요 지금?
저희가 지금 연승을 달리고 있는데 마지막 경기도 잘해서 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
我们现在正在连胜中，最后一场我们也是想拿下胜利的。
那好，接下来呢？最近我们注意到了 JDG 迎来了8周年的纪念，很多的粉丝朋友们、观众朋友以及各种战队啊，都给你们送上了祝福。不知道佩子选手有没有关注到，以及在这里有没有什么想代表俱乐部对大家说的话呢？
최근에 이제 JDG 8주년 다가오는데요. 많은 이제 팬분들이나 아니면 다른 팀들이나 이제 선수들이 다 응원해주고 있는데 혹시 페이즈 선수 팀 대표로 이분들한테 해주고 싶은 말 있으시나요?
정말 많은 응원을 보내주시는데 저희가 그걸 꼭 보답할 수 있게 좋은 경기력으로 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
得到了大家非常多的支持，然后我们会通过很好的一个比赛竞技力来回报大家。
好的，也期待北京 JDG 战队之后收获更多的胜利。Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了 AL 的上单选手 Flando， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AL 的上单 Flando。
欢迎声枪哥。那首先第一个问题，这场比赛你们迎来了组内赛的收官之战，一场强强对话，碰上北京 JDG。那你觉得遇上他们需要注意到哪些方面呢？
我觉得这一场收官战遇上 JDG 的话，要小心他们熏的节奏吧。我觉得他最近不管是抓人还是控制员都做得特别好。
打野节奏要关注。那下一个问题，其实现在组内赛打了这么多场比赛了嘛，如果用1到2个词语来形容你们目前队内的发挥的话，会是什么？有没有什么加油打气的话想跟兄弟们说的？
我觉得要形容我们 AL 的话，应该就是 可以用同心协力来形容吧，就是我们只要定好了目标，我们5个人都会想办法去做到它吧。要么就是我们说好了这个资源已经不接了，那我们立刻会去反边做相应的策略吧。所以我觉得这一点我们做得挺好的。然后希望我的队友们也能够越打越好吧。马上到接下来季后赛了嘛，大家一起加油呗。
好的，也期待你们今天在赛场上的发挥。
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，领国家补贴上京东，叠以旧换新补贴，买手机、电脑、数码4折起。我在场就是主场，莫斯利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，6边形战士来袭。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段。本场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。首先欢迎 Anyone's Legend 上单 Blendo 打野 Tarzan 中单 Shanks 下路 Hope 辅助 Kel。欢迎北京 JDG Esports 上单阿乐打野勋。中单 Scout， 下路 Haze， 辅助 Missing。LPL 第2赛段组内赛第8周第3日的第1场比赛，北京 JDG 对阵 AL 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
敌军还有30秒到达战场，严肃
轰炸行动。
全军出击！ 解决问题。
Hello, folks. We are into some violence. I had to up that volume. Get ourselves ready on in. We can even turn this a little bit off. Oh, my days. Excellent timing. We've had a pretty interesting old game so far, haven't we? How are we all doing back home? Good to see you all. Hello, Enjoying. Hello, Razuri. Here, Jacob and Manny. Glad to have you all in here. We've got a bit of an interesting day, obviously, so far on the LCK stream. It's quite an important matchup happening between JDG and HLE, which is quite good fun. Hey, Mecha. Trinity's tired as hell. Good news. Damn double globals just like that. Yeah, they can be. Yeah, they can be. Talia and Galio. It's a pretty potent combo. On the other side, obviously, we are looking at a JDG. They're on a bit of an upswing here. We're in a pretty good spot this game. Scout on the Yone. Sometimes been a little hit and miss, but when he does hit, he hits really hard. Pays on his Ezreal, one of the champions he used to play those extended fights, the 3-4 rotation fights on Gen G when they were beginning to take over the reins from T1 last year. Rather than those one and done kind of, you won the first exchange, so you win the fight kind of era that was the end of 23 and 22. Ezreal, for someone like Pays, was such a menace. He's in a great spot this game. Shun, now be in a bit of danger with Arla, as Shanks came on in with the weave as well. Gets a flash out of the rumble. Gen G versus HLE was fire. I have no doubt. No doubt. Looking forward to watching that back later myself. Missing. Picks up some honey fruit. True shot barrage. Catches Kyle there. A third of his HP now missing. Be valuable on the Leona, especially when she needs to go in. Game up a little bit, please. Yeah, we can do that a bit more. Can you update... can you please refresh some desync and increase the game sound a bit too? Okay, game sound's gone up, but I can refresh. Give me 1 second, guys. The game has calmed down a second, so do apologize for one moment here. We are going to have a brief desync while I reset the source. Blink and you miss it, folks. That should have solved it. How's JDG suddenly god tier? Well, I think they've basically found ways to enable Shun a bit better, is the honest answer. It's given missing a lot more freedom to play out the game, but basically Shun, when he's got priority lanes and can be really, really hyper-aggressive, is very good. He's not a well-rounded player, but I think the things he does well, he does very well. It's hope on Corki. That also true. He is over 2-0 and a fairly good spot. 3 items done on Corki, certainly no bad thing. You've got a relatively fled Neferi. I keep wanting to call it Kanavi because Alex did it that one time. But Tarzan on Neferi should generally be a win condition in of itself. Hasn't really got rolling this game for whatever reason. Again, I've not seen as much of it as I might like because he's learning German. Into the Baron they go, though. JDG, I think, have just got this. No real way to get there in time. Damage well and truly done. The false light alteration comes a little late. Scout flashing on forwards with the fate sealed. Shoved back. Doesn't really get as much value there as I think he was hoping. Did get the flash off Hope, though. That could be a big one. Into the backline they go, missing now low as well. Arla's gone golden. Throws on the flame spitter. Dies. That gives a reset over to Tarzan. Missing. Has got himself a unbreakable well, but ow, his body. In comes Galio using that Neferi as a homing beacon. And they bring down the top laner. They bring down the support. That's the Baron buffs off on a couple important members. Delays the resets as well. Help can get a shove in mid lane. And look what's just spawning, folks. Dragon, that'll be sole point for AL as well. Not a bad punch back from what looked like a pretty tricky position. Goes that salt. Got a question in chat. Marco Macchia asking, I've got a question. Is Mel not playable? Did she just get hate in the LPL? Yeah, she doesn't really get picked at the minute. She is enabled, as far as I'm aware. She has a very high ban rate, but I think there's a... We'll have a conversation after this, because it looked like a pretty good play. But basically, Scout wasn't quite in range to get on top of Hope before he got to flash Valkyrie away, and then the response timer was really good. And then you've got Talia, Galio, Neferi to keep diving forwards. Missing flashes, but then there's the Hound's pursuit. Paze needs to back away. Into the jungle they look, but yeah, not that much Sensina. But yeah, it's not that Mel is bad exactly. It's basically there's a certain amount of selection bias going on when Mel only gets played in solo queue at the minute into bad matchups, because otherwise she's just banned. She's got a very high ban rate. And so we see her occasionally at pro level, but it does feel like, unless you got lots of really good things to reflect, it doesn't feel so great. Scout maybe in danger here, actually. Tarzan had to back away a little. Can look to Hound's pursuit in a second. Wait for that Q3 to go down. Now can look for him. He's queued over the wall. Nicely managed. They bring down that Yone. It's another one of those Baron buffs gone. Will likely mean their tier 2 bot, or mid rather, goes down. Why are they even forcing a fight after getting the free Nash? Yeah, it's because they thought they found a good angle, and they kind of have, but it was just a little bit desynced. And JDG giving away a lot of advantage they had got. Shanks goes golden, denies the cease and desist. Tarzan flashes away, knock into the wall. So Shanks in the spot above it, could pulverize after missing. Playing that really well. That will likely be the death of Flandre, who does a fair amount of work before going down though. Vi is traded, but they've already lost 2. Another wonderful multi-man headbutt pulverize. Hope and Shanks still alive though, as is Tarzan with the Dark and Daggers healing. Paze needs to play his one out well. Hops forward, can't get the kill. And that reminder was a 4v5 because Scout was dead. Suddenly that Dark Seal in infantry for Shanks doesn't look so bad anymore. That is real nice. He's picked up 9 whole Dark Seal stacks. Let's look at this again, because reminder, this is just after the pick onto the Yone. They think they've got a great moment to try and punish Tarzan's low. Flandre's kind of split up, but Shanks immediately goes golden. And it basically means that Equalizer doesn't get as much value as they're hoping. The headbutt into the wall would have been really nice if it had been on an Equalizer. Missing actually does a pretty good job here of hitting a lot of CC, a lot of disruption. The problem is they've lost the fight, and then they go forwards here, and Shanks hits the seismic shove. Paze now in danger. Arla split off from his team. Tarzan gets enough healing here that despite Hope being really low, they can't finish people off. The call of the pack to immune the Mystic shot as well. Really nice mechanical stuff there from anyone's legend. And a bit of a frustrating moment for JDG, who thought they found a good moment. But again, they didn't have the Yone. That's a lot of your damage not there. And if Paze is chunked out, Arla is dying. Problematic in the ability to play out those longer fights. And the recovery from anyone's legend is well on track. Now only 600 gold apart. That is next to nothing at this point in the game. JDG decides to fight without him. JDG's decision making has sometimes been a little questionable this split in terms of their moments to fight. They've actually been relatively good at side lanes. But some of the decision making around when to fight and, how do I put this? Chasing the loss has been an issue. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, so the thing is, I actually agree, Scout is very smart. I still think Scout is mechanically pretty damn good, Cars. Though I do agree that I think I've been less impressed with Scout's champion pool this split than I have in the past. It does feel like I'm looking at Scout and going, is there a pick where I go, oh shit, I've given Scout X? And I don't know whether there's that many champions right now where that's true compared to when Scout was looking at his most formidable. But I still think he's mechanically pretty solid. And as you said, his decision making in terms of picking the right fights at the right angles is very, very high level. And obviously he's a very good macro player. Though I will say that I do think Scout's Yone mechanics are sometimes a little bit like up and down. So I don't entirely disagree. Okay, 100 gold between the two teams. Baron has spawned. Both teams now at soul point as well. We were busy musing, and AL did get that additional dragon partly off the Baron shove. So it's going to be a 7-dragon game. Great, JDG got that additional dragon. Okay, Musi goes forward. There's only one to Kyle. On the other side, Flandre gets the taunt. Scout hops back, has his shield bow proc. Flash on out from Kyle and Flandre. Split off a little bit here. Flash headbutt pulled into the flash season desist. Trying to turn it around now with the Hound's pursuit. Pays gets one. They're going to try and turn it around with the Galio Heroes entrance. They will finally be brought low, but they bring down the fight as well. Fate sealed on the backline. Damage on the Shanks, who goes golden, but it might be a little late. Holla going to try and get down some of those electro harpoons. Pays as well with the range. Now look to hunt for a bit more. How much more damage can they do? Tarzan wants to heal off the Raptors if he can. Pays going to shove up the mid lane here. They can look to get on to Pays. Actually, needs to hop away. Baron's going down all the while, you have to imagine. Nice fight from JDG. Bringing low some key members and using the range they have with this Ezreal. The harpoons on the Rumble of all things to bring down some important members. Scout hunting a little bit here, unbinds his soul, cleaves the spirit. Let's have a look at this one again. So they love the solar flare, but it's not really a valuable target. It's the Alistair who gets to ult. Scout at this point gets to force multiple flashes. Flandre and KL split off from the team. They go too far. They're missing with a wonderful flash headbutt pulverized that sets up really well for Shun to follow up with his own cease and desist. Shun will die for this, but in a lot of ways he's done the work because that whole backline, all of the damage, did not get to play the game. A jump away from the Q3 from Yone leaves Shanks out to dry a little bit here. As he then gets picked up by the range of the Mystic shots and the harpoons as the Zhonya's time's out. So, Guardian Angel QSS done for Scout. Important note, he's going to be increasingly hard to pick off. Hayes well, level 18 on this. Ezreal with a GA of his own. Again, very difficult to keep down. Scout, he binds his soul. Tarzan's trying to jump on him. Can potentially look for a bit of damage here. It's okay, keep them away, but they won't keep trading. Yone will win the extended trades. Dark and Dagger's just not the same as base auto healing. So, shove then onto Missing. Decent chunk there. Smite onto the cannon, Shun looking to reset. They've not broken the base properly yet as Flandre doing his best to hold the line here. Well, Shanks and Flandre able to join the other lanes very fast with their R buttons. So in some ways, there's some of the better choices to defend here. This turret in mid lane still very low hope. Stepping forward, a little afraid of missing. Pulling the trigger again. He's been very eager to do so far this game. Largely quite successfully, with the exception of that one overplay from the Baron we saw. Missing. Going to be split up from his team, but goes forward, trying to buy a bit of space. Headbutt back, and that leaves Kyle out to dry. threatens the engage, just a headbutt backwards. Hope caught on the equalizer. The redemption comes on through, but the cease and desist. Galliot coming on through, trying to keep the Corki alive. Fate sealed is wide as they're going to try and play this one out regardless. Scout does his best work at the back end of it all. Rebinds the soul and says, Omae wa mo Shinderu. As Pays looks for a few more autos. Mystic shot in their head. Flandre gets flambéed by the Rumble. And that'll be the game. JDG break the backs of anyone's legend and can turn towards the Nexus turrets and earn themselves game one. They'll push back. It was JDG who were in control for large portions of this late game. Nice stuff there from the side of JDG. Little bit dicey there at the end, I won't lie. Whoop. So we got the camera in the right location. We don't. I need to reactivate. No signal. Why not turn it off? It is on. Do I need to reactivate and activate? What do we need to do with this? 1 second. Why is my this is what I look like now, guys. I'm a logo. Where art thou? There we go. Just need to reactivate. Oh, is that too far? Well, that's probably about right. Hello. Still handsome even if you're a logo. Thanks for that. I just stream purely for the validation, guys. There we go. That'll do. How are we all doing? Ready to go? This way. All right. There we go. Hey, Katari. Good to see you. Hey, Brack. How's life? Shut into before missing good. Carso, he's a tier below Viper ruler for you on Pays. Well, I mean, in fairness, Pays is a lot newer. I think Pays is really good. I think he's had a weird split this time around. I still think he's great. I agree that there's a certain amount of like. There is I mean, there is that aura, right, to someone like a Viper or a ruler, where you kind of have that discussion about, like, actually it does feel like any game is winnable if those players are in the game on their champions, because they just have that ability to snap and clutch. Not that Pays doesn't have that, but I think he's still building that reputation, building that kind of legacy story to him that gives him that kind of credence. He's just a little bit newer, is the honest answer, whereas Viper and Ruler have walked the walk in a lot of ways. Not that Pace hasn't walked a fairly long distance already as an AD carry, but yeah. So we'll see exactly how it goes. Hey Monty, it's good to see you. Sam streams for the sussy ego inflation, you know it. There's our team stats. I need to drop the volume down a little bit here as well, don't I? Yoink. Probably gonna get myself some coffee as well. You know, guys, I'm going to turn my cam off because I could just use with a quick bio break, get myself a coffee, and come back ready for next game. So I'm going to run some pre-rolls now. I'll disappear for a little bit. I'll still have you all up in chat. But I'm just going to make sure I'm all set up for the next game nice and early. So I'll leave you without a random camera screen on. We'll go from there. We'll run some that. I'll do the iPad in a minute.
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行，
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
领国家补贴就上京东，叠以旧换新补贴，买手机、电脑、数码4折起。搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。京东。
我觉得再次面对京东，肯定是会希望能够赢下来嘛，因为我们上一次也是输给他们嘛。然后他们最近的状态，我们也是基本上每场比赛我们都看了，他们运营方面也是做得很好。我觉得我们接下来要好好准备吧。所以，更多的是我觉得我们决策上要想好，不管是虫子啊还是先锋，到时候要跟他们怎么接吧。我觉得。粉丝们不管我们在哪里比赛，都来线下看我们比赛，这一点特别不容易吧？就他们也有自己的生活，然后安排好自己的生活，还要给我们来现场加油，这一点特别感谢他们。然后我们能做到的就是尽量赛场上不要科研，然后打好每一场比赛，争取走到最后来回馈他们。
上次打 AL 我们以2-0的比分赢下他们，就是给我们的士气有很大的提升吧。然后再次对阵 AL 的话，我觉得。小心塔尔赞的前期刷野节奏吧。我觉得心中完美的队伍的话，就是在有一个人状态不好的时候，然后另外的4个人要帮这名状态不好的人扛住压力吧。我觉得弗兰德尔一直是一名打得很好的选手，我觉得最需要提防他的就是换线吧，因为他们队伍换线做得特别好。最后一场比赛最好就是还是能赢下来吧，因为对我们的排名很有利。然后对队友说的话就是。都辛苦了，就是赢下来吧。
Hello, folks. How are we all doing? Chovy's locked Renekton mid. What? Okay. Normal things. Very normal things. I owe a roast to enjoy him for the win, by the way, and I get hydrated. Well, I'm getting hydrated. That one's fine. But I owe a roast to enjoy. Where are you? Enjoying? What have you been saying today? What can I roast you for? What value have you provided? Oh, and Enjoying's actually left? Wow. So they asked for a roast and then leave. So someone get this clip out. Very important that they hear. It's like, look, if you're going to ask for a roast and then leave before the roast can be provided, that feels like the kind of like fake. It's like fake masochism in the worst kind of way. Like, I can deal with being with all of the drama. I can deal with people insulting me, but it's not going to be there. So it's like, you just don't have to. Don't be a coward. Stick there and deal with the choices you have made. There you go. That'll do. Zoop. Sounds like my coffee's finally made as well. My stream and froze for a second. The only thing I heard was how we all doing. Terrible, Sam. Hope played Corky. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I'm sorry for your loss. It just needs to come down a bit, doesn't it? Just to give this camera. Okay, so draft for game number 2. We have got ourselves a Callista, a Gwen, a Nico, a Shen, all off the table. Arla has put, not Arla, Flandre, sorry, has put a lot of time into the Shen. A lot of people are picking that one up at the minute. You can see why that one's getting banned away. Kaiser now away, of course, from Pace. Don't want to give him that. AL is the better team. Yes, they are on the whole, though it's very reliant on Kyle and Tarzan being like stars, basically. Not that AL are bad outside that, but basically you can tell whether anyone's legend are going to win the game by whether Tarzan and Kyle are doing well. If they aren't, the team just looks lost. They are the glue that holds this team together. And they are very, very important to the success of the roster. So if you want a litmus test, that's it for me. They don't tend to do well when they're not looking great. Pantheon insta-locked. Of course, there is no Talia to go with it. However, can do something like the Yorick. Going to pick up the Annie as well. Scout was playing a fair amount of that when it was meta. I mean, he was one of those mids that was doing very well at the time. And then you start to have some conversations about, can we get other ways to support this Yorick and play for the 1-4 with some globals? Lost the Gallia, the Shen's off the table, Pantheon's been taken away, Talia's out. It's the majority of the normal globals gone. Hell, even Neferi and Vi with their longer range ults are off the table on that front. Very swift Zaya Rakan here, gives Kyle Rakan good news. Shun going towards his Nidalee. It's just a hover right now, guys, so we won't hold that one in, but of course, is notorious for being a massive, massive player of the Nidalee. And of course, of the Kindred. Probably his two most famous and iconic champions. I think the Xin Zhao is probably more realistic. The better skirmisher matches the Pantheon well. We've seen a lot of this matchup in the jungle. Pantheon, a bit more single target burst. A bit more ability to cheat your timings with your ultimate, of course. Arguably farm faster. But Xin Zhao's a better skirmisher. Better consistent target access. The team fight ult, very, very potent. I was having a good day, then AL decides to do this to me. The nerves of them. So, sorry about that, Mecha. You have made your choices. So, JDG got themselves a pretty strong skirmishing comp so far, with the kind of split push win comp. AL with the Rakan and the Pantheon. Pretty good roaming jungle support there, which is what you'd like to see. Very able to kind of start fights from wild angles, which is good news. And JDG will need to track their flanks very carefully here. Sion away from Flandre, who has really been a menace on that champion. The Ari away from Shanks. You're comparing with the Pantheon and the Rakan. Good mid-game spike. You can see it. Pays losing a lot of his AD carries here. There's the Zeri as well. Ezreal's already down, of course. Majority of the Pays specials. Varus is banned, as is Kalista. So an additional 2 on top of that. That's what? 5 AD carry bans plus 2 from Fearless, plus of course the Xayah picked. Is it just then screw it, we Lucian Nami? Screw it, we Lucian Nami. Shanks goes for the Akali as a result. Alright. Nice. Of course, so Annie, you can manage the Akali somewhat with the fact that your W and your R can stun her in her shroud. So if you hold your stun, you can punish Akalis if they're not respectful of your CC. Of course, if you misuse your CC, you've got windows then as the Akali to get in and mess people up. Shanks, notoriously a fantastic Akali. That's a hover, but a valid one because Flandre's played this before. And there's the Nasus that can absolutely abuse a Lucian. Probably not bad into a Yorick either, I would imagine. The Wither will be really annoying for Yorick. Susan! Anyone who's a bit smarter than me have an idea about how the Nasus Yorick matchup goes right now. I'm assuming the Soulfire can manage the ghouls relatively well. Can you stack off the ghouls? Is it free extra stacks? I actually don't know. But that's the matchup I'll need to keep an eye on. I'm not seeing a huge amount of Nasus Yorick, I won't lie. I'm going to go get myself a coffee. We're going to get ourselves ready for some gameplay. Folks, this should be a fun one. Top lane's a bit of a bloodbath. Bot lane Xayah Khan versus Lucian Nami could also be pretty knife fighty. We've got early aggressive junglers.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Jayo's done. Up the volume is what I actually need to do. I was thinking, that feels quiet. That's because it is. No longer. So. Flandre throws some autos, and Yorick is in a 1v2 here. Tarzan keeps stacking away this passive. Flandre's going to get a few more knocks on, and that will suck. The wave is here. And that means Arlo's going to have to deal with that. Police Dog Nasus versus Resistance Yorick. Ooh. I can see the lore value in that one. Pays. Eats a bit of an ugly chunk early, but turns it around with the electrocute well. Kyle, of course, does have way more pots to work with than the other side. Hope, though, also had to burn his. And that basically means that JDG at the level 1 will have won out here pretty heavily. And we'll be getting level 2 first. Pretty much guaranteed at this point. Missing steps on forward, speeds himself up to Tidecaller's Blessing. Top lane, somehow Arla, despite losing 2/3 of his HP bar, she gets level 2 first and access to the wave. Power of Cookies and Adoran's shield, I guess. And Grasp, for that matter. Tarzan clearing his way through the jungle here. Shun might be looking for a bit of an invade here of his own. Tarzan, when we spot it off, will have an idea that things are happening. Can actually look to roam around onto Shun here. We'll find him now. Kyle and Hope a little low, missing coming on over. Shun gets the knock up. Tarzan uses his own shield vault. He's not winning this one. He's lost it horribly. Kyle now here, turns around. The Age Assault is burned. Kyle hops over the wall. That realistically means that Shun should get this wrap up. He's going to keep invading. That's how he likes to play the game. At his best, Shun is so good at this. He invades. Early and aggressively. Step on forward for an auto 2 there. Bit of healing from the Gleaming Quill. That's a nab away on the Krug camp. Red buff is still up. I think Tarzan's going to head back towards it. I don't know how safe that'll be, but he's going to try. Shun's wrapping around again. He never stops. Not on this. Over comes Scout as well. That just means Tarzan's giving up this whole quadrant. He's going back in. Oh, no. This gets very messy. Fight over the red buff. Both junglers stuck at level 3. Skull Grab still up. Shank's now roaming over as well. Where is the Lucian? Shun ends up getting jumped on here. That's going to be problematic. Forced to flash away. That'll be the end of the play. Shanks was looking for a shuriken flip afterwards. All the while, though, there's a wave that's been crashed into the turret that Hope's not got access to. Still at level 2. Step on forward. Dagger Prism is wide. Shield Bolt in. Missing now in danger. Still got the heal to work with. The knockup comes on through. Ends up being a 1-for-1 right now. Is Shun caught under the turret. Gets 3 talents right knocked up and will not manage to get anyone valuable with it. All the while, Shanks was the one who picked that one up. Flash over the wall. Deadly Plume is running. Pace forced to flash. Looking for the autos. Knock up with the grand entrance. Hope will pick it up. And JDG overplay on the invades. The moment Shun had his flash blown, it was going to get tricky. I think Shanks is just dead here. Let's throw the Twilight Shroud out. Well, Shuriken flip. He's on a ward here. Needs to be a bit wary. Scout's got flash. Doesn't want to burn it. I don't think I have quite enough mana or cooldowns. Lucky to get away with that one. But that'll be the wave pretty much guaranteed to be dropped. There's a big Nami size. A lot of echo. More Q's been pressed. Shanks and Hope gets to play this one really aggressively, and Paige, even with the flash, can't get out to safety. Nice grand entrance. Carl gets that one. Arlet kind of caught under this turret a little now. Should be fine. Of course, the Xayah dropped about 20 CS to this Lucian off the bot lane pressure that was there early. Of course, the kills and the assists have helped level that out a little bit. Good news for the Xayah. Nass now in the 1v2 can try and Soulfire and deal with the difficulty. It's got 81 stacks already. Blessed coffee is now filling me. I'm not seeing the game. Is there anything worth happening? There was some fun stuff early, bot lane. I'm assuming we're talking this one. I think BLG can win MSI, not gonna lie. They've got some serious flaws to deal with. Their strengths are coming back, and that's great news. But I think they are quite exploitable right now. AL trying to be more proactive, but other than that, not really. Yeah, I mean, AL played defensively really well around bot side because it was looking really dicey with some very aggressive invades from Shun. In the end, didn't play out. They ended up giving a lot more kills than they wanted to. TP behind. Arla needs to be a bit aware. Tarzan doesn't have 6, but he's not far off it. Hang on, this gets interesting. Wither onto Arla. In they go, looking for a play. Flash is there, but that'll be a grand entrance. Dark Procession is in, buys a lot of time, takes another turret shot. Arla just about survives, but they do get the flash, and he's just TP'd. They can potentially play pretty aggressively for plates here. The Lucian Nami. And a pretty good spot bot side, though. Pei's continuing to extend this CS lead. He's getting free time for plates. We know Lucian Nami spikes at the one item. They'll be getting there on very good tempo. Tarzan at least gets the grubs. And it means with this play towards topside already, they will have a much better shove on this. We've seen a lot of this now. That you kind of coordinate a TP and bot lane rotation topside as grubs spawn. You play for the grubs at the same time that bot lane is aggressively shoving topside. You get a flash out of the main laner that's left there. And you can play for first turret because the grubs basically give you early pseudo 6 grubs. And you can very aggressively shove for the turret. That's a nice play for anyone's legend. They get themselves that first turret. They get themselves the feat to strength because, of course, they picked up the kills earlier around that bot lane play. And earned themselves a nice little sequence there. Tarzan will get jumped on around the Raptors. It's a bit of a speed up. Flash for 3 Talon Strike into the Wims becomes lightning. Could maybe be Audacious charged here. Will not be able to find a route out for a flash. Pei's has donated the kill with the culling. Too far there from Tarzan. Scout looking for the stun. Shanks looking with that. Shuriken flip the backstep to some of the disintegrate damage at the very least. Tarzan, that was a bit far, mate. How on earth did you end up there by yourself? Giving a kill over to the Lucian. Not a great deal. Tarzan here has got the Grand Starfall. Can look to potentially play aggressively here should he so choose. Reset from Pei's interrupted. Can just relentless pursuit over the wall. So, bot side, Shanks eats the combo. That's what you can do. Stun, Tibbers, wait to come out of Shroud, and then WQ. Or rather, then Q. So, 2 minutes until Dragon. Top side. Minor lead here to the Yorick, but again, this is a Nasus who really just wants to be stacking away. No one really setting up for anything quite yet, though I say that. Shanks is roaming up the river here. Pei's might be in danger. Grand Starfall. The moment I say that, I am suddenly made very, very wrong. Missing. Goes down. Pei's now potentially in danger himself. Kyle will flash away. He's also got the heal. No Audacious Charge available, so that Rakan gets out to safe. Nice pick up on to the Nami, changing targets there. Let's give Arla free time bot side, though. to get a lot of plates picked up bot side. Shanks is here. She would have picked that up. Turret, I don't think quite falls to the maiden damage. I say that. Might be able to Q it, though. Misses the shuriken flip. And that's going to be problematic. Arla happy to take the turret. And Shanks doesn't want to all in here. Missing that shuriken flip might have given him the all in there. The lanes aren't as volatile. Plus, honestly, there was some very aggressive plays earlier. Then both teams decided, okay, we need to chill a little bit. Because really, they want one item for a lot of these people. Lucian's now got it. Nami doesn't. But that's a big moment. You're also looking like one item spike for the Annie. A few more than that for the Zyra if you can help it. And we did get a lot of early action around the level 3 mark. A lot of it. And it's kind of stabilized a little bit from there. We've had a few plays. It's just not been killer minute stuff. We expect more skirmishes. We kind of saw cross maps instead, interestingly. Which is fair enough. It's often more the JDG way. JDG were never the most aggressive team. Historically, anyway. This one with Scout on. A Scout team, perhaps. Shouldn't perhaps the fly in that ointment. Hang on, Shanks. I'm not sure you can reset there. Gonna have to perfectly execute. Dark Possession comes on through, flashes away. That's some great cooldowns bought. Dragon now pretty much guaranteed to be JDG's. Shanks caught resetting there. I heard Hope flash forward. What have I missed? I mean, he's not as yet. Oh, he did actually. He flashed over a wall to get a kill early, which was good for him. Keeps him in touching distance of this Lucian, who is going to be getting a rapid fire second, which I think makes some sense to a relatively short range comp. Can try and punish people. Can't do this. I can't see the stream. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, Hope! Nothing happened. I just want to mess with 1,000 kites. Scout's being run at now. Scout. Now gonna have Tarzan jump towards him. I don't know whether you need the Grand Starfall here, but with the teleporting as well, everyone's turning up topside. The Fury of the Sands was burned by Flandre. I don't know to what end. The Scout's also burned his Tibbers. So everyone's kind of here. Herald's on. Look to play this all the while though. Yorick in the picture looking for the turrets. Into the backline goes Shun. Gets the Crescent Guard out, but still loses the Herald and dies for it. Tried to make the steal attempt work. It doesn't quite. They get the mid-lane tier 1 at least. There'll be a kill and the Herald for anyone's Legends. Who picked up the kill? I believe it was Tarzan. So. Shun tried to make the steal happen. It was close, doesn't quite work, and dies for it. All the while, of course, you did get the mid lane tier 1, so not the worst attempt ever. I think if you were going to do that, though, you need to be a bit better synced up. And again, Shinzo is not tanky unless he gets to heal. He wants Sundered Sky and passive autos. So, jump onto Shun. Now going to be in danger. Rocket Belt after. Crescent Guard down. Going to get the tidal and try and keep him alive. Give him a bit of move speed. They're turning it around pretty well there, but not enough. And they've gone quite deep for this. Took a long time to bring Shun down. How much more can they do? TP in from Flandre. Gets the Wither down. Blast Cone away. Hope low. Flash up into the air with the Feather Storm. Scout can't get it. But they will get the kill regardless of the bird. They lose Scout after. Trying to trade this one out as Pay's heading on forwards. Gets a big slow. Kyle hops into the Dragon Pit. Wither comes on down. Kyle low. Pay's our melee ranger. Tarzan cleanses out. Looking to continue to get trades out with the piercing light. Shield comes on down. Kyle gets the knock up and gets the kill after. Missing. Might well go down as another Siphon Power comes on down. Flandre so scary. Flash on forward from Ale, who gets a last rights down. Good from him. What a messy fight. I think in the end it will favor anyone's Legends. But it was a fraught affair. So, they try to jump Shun. He has missing in pace, but they kind of choose to come to him in a defensive route. And Shun does his best today, but the tidal wave isn't super great. And he dies, but then they've gone quite deep for this. And so Arla gets to the backside here, and actually does a lot of work on the orange. But the double blast cones get a lot of people out to safety, and Scout goes looking for Hope here. Flashes on forwards, throws down the Tibbers, and Tibbers eventually brings down Hope with the burn. Barriers and shields not enough. That's really valuable. Scout dies, and that gets tricky. And Arla gets run out, and it all gets very wild. They pick up Scout, though, because burn the flash. Nice little angle there from Tarzan. Arla on this Yorick, though. 1,500 gold ahead. Just gets another turret. He's gotten all of the outer turrets by himself. He wields a cane or a staff. Actually, let me look at his original skin, because obviously in the pimp skin, he wields a cane. Atakan's been stunned. But yes, I believe it'll be a staff or a scepter, perhaps. If we go towards the Atakan, Tarzan goes in, tries to find an angle there. Shanks on a flank angle, looking to get some value. Doesn't get that much out, honestly. Root onto Arla. The culling comes on down. Kyle left at about 10% HP. Flandre's now roamed on up. Tarzan low here gets problematic. Oh, my daisy on a blade, but Pain, what was that? They get 1 for 1, but in the backline goes Shun. Gets a knock up on Tarzan. Atakan still in danger. Where is everyone else? Low onto that one. The perfect execution goes wide. That's problematic. Arla can step on forward. Scout now respawn, looking for the health bars. Flandre low. Gets stunned up. Can look to get the Morning Mist put on top of him. He will die. Siphon Power means nothing. As he shorted out, the circuits burn away. Ends up being a 3 for 3. Shanks, though, yet to be able to reset. Tarzan, same deal. TP out. They'll see him flying overhead, but with him TPing out, can they just turn back towards this Atakan? Messy fight. Was quiet until it wasn't. I told you, 1 item, 2 items, and suddenly the violence will start. It's a halberd. Yeah, I mean, if it's in the base skin, it might be a halberd, or a glaive. It might be the other 10. Big stick. But if it's a halberd, it would need the pointy end. And let's have a look. We'll try to see if we can see it in this fight. So initially, Kyle goes in, gets interrupted by the tidal wave. It's a really good tidal wave. Feather Caller used early. Shanks tries to find value, doesn't get that much in. And the culling comes on down. Doesn't really land as much as they're hoping, but Hope gets tagged with the wind becomes light. Pays, tries to step forward as the feathers are dying, and mistimes it, gets rooted. The Alka Prison at least gets the turnaround there as Shun gets to go into the backside. Little bit awkward there from Pays. We're actually in a pretty good position here with JDG, and it all kind of gets a little bit messy. Yeah, in this one, he's got like a baton, because it's the Riot Naces. Let me have a look at base skin. What does base Nasus have? Well, Chunk then onto Kyle. We get a lot of damage. Back to Atakan we go. And we brace. You guessed it, for more violence. Kyle, 10% HP, looking to go forwards. Pays, gets out. Flash cleanse. Ardent Pursuit. Ardent Pursuit, Relentless Pursuit. Oh, Blaze, I combined 2 Lucian abilities. Chunk then forward, stun onto Hope. Feathers come out, doesn't get to pull them back quite yet. Wither onto Scout. Shun flashes over the wall onto Kyle. Can't quite get the kill. Turn around as the jungler's not there. Blondro with the fury in the sands. Keeps running. He's now split off a little bit. Zala with the morning mist, looking to get some damage back. Shun has survived. Gets pulled back by that dark procession. Nowhere to run. And the dog is put in the kennel. Wind becomes lightning. Pantheon now in danger. Can get audaciously charged, but won't be required as Zala ensures that he gets his last rites. Makes for a great funeral director. We're here today to celebrate the life and death of Arla. Not Arla, AL, rather, around this Atakan. Fury of the Sand times out. Unfortunately, your front line is this Nasus steamrolling at you, and that's fine to people who like the Lucian posters open point. But I gotta call it out, Hope. Buddy pal. You burning out here like this is really sad. The feathers are nice and all, but you don't have an AD carry in this play anymore. Blondro at least gets 1, but he's in a 1v3. There's no way of leaving, so that may as well be by what time he can. These fights are rough. Very good. Nice pun. And we come back to live. Sole point on the line potentially here for JDG. Just picked up that Atakan. This Yorick's 2k ahead, by the way. 3 items now. Shojin and Sterak's makes him a lot more scary in team fights. You just spam Morning Mist. Shank's on a pretty good flank angle. Potentially face check Scout here. Grand Star fall in. Scout now in danger. The Aqua Prison was excellent, though. Wonderful timing. It's the Lucian that picks up the 2. Keep hunting on forwards. The blazing light does some work. Piercing, rather. My mind is ablaze with other names for Lucian abilities. Ace, not even going to bother with the drag. You know what? Spawn Baron. 5 kills suddenly on the Lucian. JDG have been off to the races. Anyone's actually humbled here a bit. Honestly, it's not even been an awful game from Kyle and Tarzan. They found some moments, but Hope had a few team fights now with Azaya. Not been as valuable as I think they should have been. Where Tarzan and Kyle here went way too deep. Both died horrible deaths trying to force a play. Gets an immediate feather pull. And then gets run down by Arla, who on this Yorick is just so scary at this point. Nasus has 500 stacks in a dream. Maybe that's a way back in. Gold lead, pretty significant now. 4,000 plus Baron plus Atakan. Should be able to get second dragon here, at least anyone's legend. And Cloud Dragons in this game, valuable. At least Shanks has 2 items. Needs to threaten someone valuable here. And I don't know whether the Akali has been finding as good an angle as I think they could have done. Has found some off-vision moments, but has not threatened the Lucian in particular. I think has to be a serious concession. The issue really is, in that top lane, this Yorick has been let to go wildly out of control. Been left alone, bonking turrets. Got all 3 outer turrets while objectives were being farmed by anyone's legend. It has proven problematic. Gotten what? 3 turrets of their own, that's all well and good. The Nasus just isn't a real menace at this point. Got a Frozen Heart, and that's nice into the Shinzao, the Yorick, and the Lucian. All these people, don't get me wrong, but it's 180 farm in 28 minutes. Great. I know you're a top player and all, but being 40 CS down on the Yorick sucks. It does. Hayes helps pick up that inhibitor turret. They step on forwards here onto Shun, who goes over the wall, shanks into the back line, looks for a pick. Hayes Flashes away, but it leaves missing out to dry. Now, Shun is a bit deep. They've gone very aggressively far for this. Not quite executed with the R button. And Shun gets the heal. Finally brought low, because turned around on by Tibbers. Pays now dancing around. Tarzan gets a bit of a stun. Can't quite get brought down. Flandre, though, on top of Scout. Siphons the power. Wither cleansed away. Important that. Dark Procession keeps the Nasus in place. A triple to the Lucian. Will not get run down by the doggo. Susan in the kennel. Aced. And JDG will look for a 2-0 here into anyone's legend. 27 kills in 28 minutes. It started quiet, you know, after that bot lane shenanigans. And it ends with a bang. Jing Dong Gaming continue their rise. AL left blinking and wondering what the hell just happened. Our second best team in the league, allegedly. Broken apart there by a Shun that looks a lot better. The aggression from JDG in this mid game looking very exciting to watch. It's not always clean. There's some oversteps. But you have to say they look a lot more like a team with an identity, don't they? Back to the drawing board with some of those drafts, though. I think AL played some slightly trickier compositions there. Perhaps that's the kind way to put it. Hello, folks. Initialise here. Nymaera is at LEC meeting, so you are left with moi. Good to see you all. It is good to have you all in here. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Appreciate you all for being here. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for all of the assists here and the likes and the comments on YouTube. Good to see you all in here, hanging out and having a good time. For those who can, consider throwing that like, that comment, that follow over on the YouTube. Does make a huge difference. Subscription, I suppose, over on the YouTube to make sure you're keeping us in credit with all of that interaction. Does make a huge difference. You can follow me as well at Initialise Casts on pretty much every social. There's TikTok, there's YouTube, there's Twitch. Please do come and shout that one out. I appreciate you all in chat for doing that. And obviously, on top of that all, for those of you who can, please consider subscribing on the Twitch. Please consider donating. It makes a huge difference in terms of our ability to keep going, managing this stream, this LPL broadcast, because effectively, we are community funded now. There is no Riot broadcast. There is no Riot funding. It's co-streams or bust. So if you do love what we do, please do consider finding some ways to support us. Toss a coin to your casters. Oh, viewers of plenty. Always nice in-game commentary. Appreciate it, Peku. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, no pressure on that. But for those, you've got a Twitch Prime or something, you get that free sub. Consider dropping it here. Goes a long, long way to keeping us in business. But my favorite YouTube streamer is Initialise. Oh, very nice, Andrew. Yeah. Got to keep it balanced. Favorite YouTubers, Initialise. Favorite Twitchers, Nymaera. I can see the clever divide there. Can't split the brothers. Verfon, that's a strong statement. You had your last meal today? Maybe Shun can only play well when Wei is benched. Wei is a vampire for his power. I'm just here for the vibes. Used to be a full-time LCK enjoyer, but you two brought me into the LPL. Well, come on in. Glad to have you over here. Better go on liquid diet and drop a lot of weight. So basically all liquid meals now, and I can already feel like I'm going to be an angry boy the next week or so before I get used to it. Good luck with that. I know that's going to be a fairly intense change to the schedule and just habits in general. So I hope it all goes well. And we're here for you to find ways to escape the lack of solid food. You can find your juicy LPL action instead. Sustenance for the soul. So a hefty boy, that's fair. Like, look, we wish you all the best of luck on terms of, you know, like working on yourself the way that matters for you and getting yourself to a place you want to be, and wish you luck on that journey. But we have indeed got IG versus BLG next. Now, importantly, guys, there are no stakes for standings in this game anymore after the results of yesterday, but that means that both of these teams are known for being a little unhinged. Pride is on the line. Fun is on the line. We can actually have a very entertaining series. No doubt about it. This was a fun one. I can't believe Paige got caught. That was really done. Perhaps a teen seems too much fun? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Sam! Hi! What's up, Tarold? What do you need from me? Oh, Flowers is here! Is he? Hello? I got distracted checking some emails. Was that easy? Be quite late. iPad time? Yeah, we can do that. Nope. Can I write my clips? Oh, we can have a look at that. Player of the game. Like, is Flat? I was like, hmm? iPad time as well. Yeah, we can do that. Man, so I don't know whether I can... I need to make sure that actually works, you see what I mean, in terms of bringing up Discord. Let me see if I can pull up the clip at the very least. Where is the iPad? Do I have the iPad? Let me just do this. Boop. I need to run some... and it is going to be the Yorick who gets the MVP. Understandable. Words on stream. I can't spell on Alex's keyboard, I swear. Everything's in the wrong position. There we go, that's that one. Let me go see if I can find this clip, eh? It's in clips. We can have a look. Why not? Where art thou, Clips? Crab. Can we load this in another tab?
I think I got ulti.
Hang on. Can I? That's actually really annoying. How do you message the link? Will this work? 1 second. Let me just turn. Before I do something I shouldn't do on stream, let me just check to see if this works. Boop. Also, I need to run some ads. It's the other thing we need to do.
I think I got ulti.
Okay. I think
I got ulti.
we can have a look at this now. Does this work? It does work. Wonderful. There you go. It's Harold Skarniclip.
I got ulti.
Moderator of the channel.
Yone no flash.
Occasional
For this fight.
caster and player.
Look,
Ooh, good three-man impale.
man.
Nice.
Oh,
It's almost like I know how to play this champion. Could have been scary. That's nice. All right. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Well, let me run some ads now quickly. I'll put some words on stream on. Words on stream. iPads up.
我是主持人松琪，让我们恭喜北京 JDG 2-0拿下本局比赛。我们邀请到了辅助选手 Missing， 请他先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 JDG 辅助 Missing。
欢迎 Missing， 今天大家都打得太好了。那首先呢，要恭喜你们以2-0拿下了组内赛的收官之战，并且2轮循环都是以2-0终结了 AL。想必在赛前，大家对于这一场比赛应该做了很多准备吧？
因为赛事很紧嘛，然后准备的话不是没有很多吧，没有多时间，然后我们就是打好我们自己的内容。
在这种紧张的赛程下，唯一能突出的是，相信大家最近的状态一直都非常好，才能保持这样的一个连续的2-0。那其实今天第一局上来可以感受到北京 JDG 前面的节奏开展的非常好。你们是怎么样在第一局的时候前中期就掌握了很好的一个节奏呢？
因为我们最近就是中下4个人抱得很紧吧，然后就一直找架打。
这样的非常频繁的联动，也是让你们在前面收获了很多优势。那第一局可能有一点点小插曲，就是在第1条大龙之后，对面击杀了你们上辅，并且你们在下路的一波4打5，好像稍稍有一点点曲折。想问一下，那2波之后，大家是怎么样去稳住局面的？因为可能对对面来说，那2波之后，他们是追平了经济的。
那2波的话，可能就是我们自己一个小失误吧，然后 导致被对面追回来，然后我们也是就是想着打下波嘛。
Okay, we
doing.
It's pretty good. We won probably on an eye actually.
大龙，但是最后选择了中路一波开团，那个机会是怎么找的？
因为当时觉得不能给他们放进来嘛，然后就必须得在中路打起来。
一个打起来之后，感觉还是团战上面更胜一筹。来到了第2局，我们感受到在整个游戏当中的血腥程度。
Sweet's a good one. Already got that one.
从前面就开始下路的越塔去跟对面的博弈和交锋。那你觉得在第2局大家是怎么样在这样非常不断紧密的节奏中找到优势的呢？
第2局还是跟我们一样，然后我们就是。
But that was like sight or something. SI as in SREIT.
进去要搞事情。
Yeah.
虽然有失误，但是
Nice
进攻节奏就一直没断。
在打野的这样的一个节奏的围绕之下，感觉每一波都叠起来了，并且你的纳美的泡泡感觉都是非常准的。那最后一个问题，其实最近呢，随着组内赛你们的收官，也迎来了一些纪念日。对你个人来说呢，马上是24周岁以及 LPL 出道7周年。对战队来说 ，JDG 迎来了8周年。你觉得在这个时间节点上，有没有什么自己以及对于战队的期许呢？
就是很感谢粉丝这么多年支持吧，然后希望之后可以取得好的成绩来回报大家。
相信每一场成绩才是能够最好的反馈到所有粉丝和观众朋友们支持的点。那再次感谢我们的 Missing 选手来到我们的赛后采访，期待你们在后续精彩的表现。好了，本场的赛后采访到此先告一段落，接下来一起来看一下今天比赛精彩的 Spotlights。
我血量还行，小心被抬就行了。
下线要进了，
能看过？
小心也是抬，可以看。
会封路的，人就封路的。
一般我觉得一般小龙了。
Hughes, yeah, the color. Be a C here, isn't it? Unless it's a K.
可以当吗？
慢点，我不好当。4秒。等下我可以约了，2-3秒，不可以约了。完了，A 打，看这个是，先 A 打，有阿妈，先打。
What is CSAT? Or KESAT? I have no idea whether it's CECA. I have no idea.
3秒。上完了应该，看狗。
Cape with a
可以
K.
看，我捅他了，可以看，慢点，看，没事，看。
可以打，
好多闪，
开靠。
啊，看你没侠，我可以回去，好多闪。你干过，慢点，先看这些。多少傻。
可以。
中野2个闪，中野有绝一波。晕下。有金上。这个要杀这个，要捆住他。
应该可以杀。
S 杀了一波了。S 一波。
啊，留下。
Oh, gonna be good. Yeah, that's fine. G is fake. 6. Nice. Hang on. I think that might be it. No. Sax. Okay. Fair enough. Boom. Level 14, baby. Right, one more. Then we're going to have to turn things off. Try it. How are we doing? What's the fake letter? Not R, it's not M, it's not L, it's not E. I think it's D. I think D is the fake letter. D is absolutely fake. Muffler, nice. Good work. Not bad there, folks. Let's now focus instead on the game ahead of us, which should be a fun one. Shy v Bin, let's go. Gold per minute. Still number 2. Interesting. His damage per minute has been a lot lower. You see what I mean? Like these are not the Bin stats of old, shall we say? Still getting a lot of gold, but I feel like he's not carrying as hard as he once did. Once you look at, say, the Shy, who is doing a lot of his team's damage share. He's a number 1 damage share top laner in the league. Still doing a lot of assists. Still doing pretty well in terms of gold, though actually, ironically, he does drop a bit more, which is kind of funny, but he's often left weak side. When it goes wrong, it tends to go very wrong. Might go first in damage share, absolutely. The fact he's doing that with actually only having like 8 gold per minute is actually quite impressive.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。在赛前，我们也请到了埃及的 Rookie 选手，欢迎 Rookie 啊！队伍最近也是有一些状态上面的提升嘛，在最后一轮要碰到 BLG 了。你们在这个过程当中，双方都是有在进步和调整策略的，所以这一次队伍是如何去准备的呢
？Rookie interview.
时间
Audio's a bit desync, by the way. Okay, hang on 1 second. We'll do a reset.
跟我们一样背靠背嘛，所以大家就是
earlier as well.
只想着打好自己就可以，就是这个心态去打。
那最近这个比较辛苦的一段组内赛的旅程也是接近尾声了嘛？对于你们来说的话，其实 LPL 第一梯队的队伍一直都是在更迭当中的，大家都是互有胜负。所以，如果你对于现在的一个形势怎么看呢？有没有
1 second. Hopefully that should resync it.
可能这个赛程就比较紧嘛，然后如果遇到比较困难的时候，其实能缓解压力的时间比较少，所以还是要就是靠个人去突破一下这种情况。然后像我们这个队的话，可能就大家都是经验比较足的选手嘛，所以大家知道要怎么自己度过这个时刻，所以。
I think BLG have been on a pretty big upward trajectory. I'm not sure that's as sure a thing as you say, especially with the low stakes today. This could be a very odd games, or a very odd series of games.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。在赛前，我们请到了 BLG 星际魅族的冰选手，欢迎冰啊！在整个第2赛段的过程当中啊，队伍都在用各种方式是去寻找最适合自己的一个战术体系的。所以在这个过程当中，队员们是如何去调整自己的竞技状态的呢？
我觉得就是我们的状态可能有时候比较好，有时候会坏一点嘛，所以重要的就是保持一个比较稳定的状态，然后以我们的实力来说，肯定就是能赢下任何队伍的。
那今天的这一场收官之战，想给大家展现出一个怎样的面貌呢？
今天这场收官之战，虽然说不影响前四的排名。
He holds his mic in such a particular way. Can you guys see this, by the way, out of interest?
然后，因为季后赛也有可能会打到他们吧，就是这场比赛也能就教训一下他们吧。
好，那我们比赛见了。
Can you see if I'm drawing here? Can you see the drawing? I'm assuming no. Nope, see nothing. That's fine.
各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
There we go, got it. There, got it now. Beautiful. I like the modesty blanket. Yeah, so looks great standing up. Little bit trickier sitting down, I think.
首先欢迎 Invictus Gaming。 上单 The Shy， 打野杰杰，中单
There's the Shy，
下路 Gala， 辅助 Mako。 接下来，让我们欢迎哔哩哔哩 Gaming Dream Smart。上单冰，打野北川，中单 Knight， 下路 Elk， 辅助 On。 LPL 第2赛段组内赛第8周第3日的第2场比赛，将会由 IG 对阵 BLG 星际魅族 ，LPL 5位竞巅峰。
So, 1v1's incoming. Looks like we've got Rookie, possibly. Actually, who is the 1v1? I wasn't been paying enough attention. Put the headphones on. Right. So, this should be a fun 1v1. I'm expecting silliness. The Shy v On. Interesting. Ezreal v Ezreal. Caitlyn v Ezreal. Give me the Ezreal v Ezreal matchup. Yes. All right. Skill shots all bust. Zamba posted Instagram. I think Canyon did most of the work. I think Fake Azari's still pretty good, dude. He got the Penta the other day. I think he's still good. I think that one charm missing wasn't great. I give you that. On said Shao who already wants to Shy to such a warrior. Very true. Where's Nymaera? He's at the LEC meetings today. Because Wednesday, if you're on the show on the weekend, they have like a meeting to go like prep the show, basically. So that's where he's at right now. But he will return later, but it's just me for the day. So I'm solo casting away. Singular tier. Writing the script. Exactly. Exactly, Corvia. You're getting the idea. Dualcast? Oh, yeah, so it's just me today. Unfortunately. So, onto the riff we go, and that means I need to change this over. Probably up the volume a little while we're at it. Whoops. Typical. I tried to up the volume and instead drew a line. I drew a line for you. And it was all yellow. Pure skill. So. Same items. Same setup. Means it really will be just who hits their skill shots better. You would imagine Shy might have that, but we'll see. Nice hop forwards, gets the W into the E. The turnaround with the ignite buys a bit of time. The Shy still holding on to it. Still holding on to his pots as well. Waits for the ignite to time out. Very smart. Nice Essence Flux lands. Turned it around as well, but didn't want to hop forwards for it. Would probably cost him quite a lot there. Actually very good from on that timing. On played with Elk a lot. It was a massive Ezreal player, so definitely knows the timings on the champion well. Better health right now for On. That one Essence Flux trade was really good. Love the transition, very good. Yeah, they're new. They're very fancy, aren't they? I think they're allowed to talk to each other, so yes, there is an element of that you can fix the matchup, so it will be fun, right? The Shy's in a lot of danger, still has not got the barrier! And On goes down, or rather guts the kill as the Shy goes down. Let me get that the correct way around. That's an important one. The Shy said he wanted to 1v1 On in an interview. Fantastic. The Shy really likes his kid. I don't think he had agreed to mirror versus any random. It's very true. Very true. That's good to know. Thanks, Kazel. Do my last match to go through properly? Let me have a look. I was a little bit busy, so I can't say I was paying huge attention. What did you see, Frag? I've got a lull. Unless you're saying IG loses to EDG. Not seeing anything for a little while, dude. So no idea. Nope. Twitch doing Twitch things, probably. Yep. So, item discrepancy very significant here. This, on an Ezreal, this in particular, is really annoying because this is a bit sad on the other side. The Shy's about to die again, isn't he? Yeah, he is. He's out. That's a 1v1 double for On versus the Shy. Wanted to 1v1 him and got broken in half. On, reminder, has taken some serious scalps in his time as a 1v1 champion in the LPL. It's become a more formal thing this year, but remember some of the all-star events and the 1v1 tournaments. He's done some good work there. Nice work. Alright. Let's make sure we run a little bit of block ads here. So we don't end up with ads in game, which would suck. So do give me a moment while we get ourselves ready for the draft proper. Night chewing his gum. Let me bring this over as well. Hello, folks. Oh, I'm chilling away here. Slowly shrinking down. Well, that's actually quite cool. I can see why Alex sits like this. It's quite comfy, actually. Into draft we go. Where's that music? So, Varus Talia off on one side. Alongside that, Neferi. Yeah, don't give that one up. On the other side, the Yone, the Pantheon. Big ticket picks. Big pick for Bejuan in particular has been those really long-range go buttons in the Pantheon and the Vi. Still got a Lilia. Still got a Sejuani. Nico is let through. And that's an immediate lock-in for On, who has really enjoyed those lane-dominant AP bot lanes. Still occasionally goes to the Elise reminder. Did Twitch Elise last split, which was wild. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, Bellash, and you're right. Basically, like, if you are scrimming from 11 till 6, and then you're like, okay, I need to learn a champion I'm not very good at. So you're playing, I don't know, Gwen, because Gwen was crazy measures. Like, I'm not a Gwen player, I'm a Gnar player. And you got to learn how to play this champion. Understandably, your ranked solo queue maybe isn't as high as it might be in another spot. So you often find pros sometimes also end up in like Grandmaster rather than Challenger and stuff. It's not that they're not good enough for Challenger. It's more where the practice is going. To what end, right? Because it's often to get better, not necessarily to get more elo, which are often different things. So, response there, very early Lucian, alongside the Xin Zhao for JDG. Skirmishing now for IG, very, very strong. The one item mark. Nico, Rumble. Ooh. Bit of CC in the form of something like a Talia here. Or do we just Callista Nico? Just get it in early? You're then giving up Rumble. Probably do want to lock in Rumble. I suppose you can trade back with the Gwen. The problem is, if you do that, if you don't do that, it will get banned away. So I think you're obligated to pick one of the crazy AP top laners. They played together on 2022 Weibo Gaming. Yeah, that was that roster of wildness. Now, On is so cute, I'd lose to him on purpose. Your boy the Shy lost his 1v1 fairly. I didn't know On was like that. He's actually a very good 1v1 player. It's partly why he and Elk are so willing to go for knife fights in the bot lane. They just trust their mechanics. It's bitten them more than once. But there we go. IG locking the Nami here rather than the Gwen. Which means it's a pretty obvious for me Gwen ban for the top side. Annie's banned away from Knight. Don't give Annie over to Knight, who's probably the best, historically been the best mid lane player of it in the world, I think, over the last few years. At which point we need to start asking some more questions, don't we? So I think some AP pick options from Knight, pretty valuable here. So you could look, you've got the Annie, the Yone's gone already. Ooh, I see. Oh yeah, I'm doing this on the wrong screen. It's not correctly set up. There we go. So they've gone for the Skarner. I mean, it's why have I got this double layered? That's wild. Ooh, fun. Okay. Well, that's just the way it is for now. Sion away from the Shy alongside the Gwen. That's the good tank option. This would be fun. And Rookie could theoretically play it mid. Get a bit messed up by this. Oh, come on, Aurora. Strictly the Shy could play it. Why are you double layered? I know not. Start off the chat. I'm just sinking into it currently. I mean, there we go. Move around a bit. We're going for the Aurora. Strictly a flex for these guys. They do play it mid. They do play it top. Poppy here. Go to the Lucian. Go to the Xin Zhao. Yeah. Happy with that. It's good for Beige. Beige1 is a Poppy player. Knight on Ahri here works really well because these two plus this bot lane can look really aggressive. This would also work. It's more threat onto the Lucian, but it's a little less setup. I think the Ahri is a little better in terms of securing the kill onto important people. In terms of like your setup. Akali's more follow through, right? This I think works. Knight is a very, very good Ahri. So now basically you've got these two looking to roam down bot and ensure that these guys die a horrible death. Nami is going to be vulnerable to that the entire game, and Lucian is theoretically vulnerable, assuming Cleanse and Mikhails are down, because this will be a Mikhails from Mako at some point. Could flex his top and look for the Silas. Pretty okay matchup into the Ahri. You often use her ult better than she does. Alright, well we got some brawling, folks. Bot lane and mid jungle. Very, very volatile. Hell, top lane, Aurora versus Rumble is not exactly a low damage matchup. But this should theoretically be these guys going bot. These guys going bot. The fight over mid priority will be very interesting. Should theoretically be won early by Knight, but Silas can do weird things if he trades aggressively and lands a good golem abduct. Scaling wise, Silas probably outscales. Lucian probably outscales Kalista, but it's a weird one. Dependent on you being able to hop forward without getting popped. Because again, Lucian just gets harder to execute in fights, is the honest answer. Right. Get that volume raised. And we can get ready to get into game for our first game of Invictus Gaming versus Billy Gaming Dream Smart Paradigm. No stakes in terms of standing this series. Pride only. And that makes it kind of fun in its own way, doesn't it? These are two teams who would love to continue their rise up the standings. So the Gyos ring out.
30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Early invade here from BLG. Nico in the form of Ahri.
全军出击！
Rookie in this bush. Knight. Be in danger here. Waits for that abduct option. Gets a decent chunk there early. Bin versus the Shine. Knight versus Rookie. One generation of the very best solo laners in the LPL versus another generation. The very best solo laners in the LPL. I think all of them, I think it's fair to say, probably fallen away a little bit from their peaks over the last year or two. You know exactly how good they can be. That makes things interesting, doesn't it? The Shin's out. Gonna try and save some lives down bot side. Heal pop by on to get a big chunk for Elk. They step on forwards, use that move speed. Try and get some more power down. Find that extra gear. Nice Pierce. Elk actually going for the Hail of Blades here on though. Important that. Pulse check from Mecha and a hydrated from Vasi. I have to do that one as well. JJ down here early. The Poppy's here as well, so all of the junglers going to be around. Elk's going to be in danger. I don't think it'll be here in time. Phase one was around, but not in time. Oh dear. Split map. Where did Beitwan end up pathing? How was he not there in time? They had the Poppy in the enemy jungle, much like JJ was in theirs. Great little path from JJ to get in there, obviously, after the invade. And that breaks the bot lane. They don't burn flashes. They know it's a bit of a mess. Is your beloved team of clowns doing well? They're doing all right in this early game. Elk, as we were kind of noting before we spotted where the Shin Tower managed to make their way. Is, of course, going this Hail of Blades. It'll be the Lethality Callista here. More poke. A bit more burst. That's consistent damage, though. Can then go for things like the Edge of Night, which can be very valuable into things like the Nami.
Yeah.
50 stream watch streak as well for Solly. Well done. That's an impressive number to hit. Bot side, Pierce lands, give chunk. Despite the gank, though, at the very least, the pressure is still good from BLG down here, and they held on to their flashes. So the gold lead is there, but not absolutely game-breaking or anything down bot side. Beige-Wamp, the respawn of the Raptors. Might end up getting spotted here as he goes across this. Will do. Well, thumper Scuttle Crab into the wall. Hammer Shock after. Hey, Grumpy, good to see you. Bot side, damage onto Gala. On got chunked out for it. Beitran tried to clear out that control ward and can't. Oh, misses the Tangle Barbs. Mako throws out the Ebb and Flow. JJ around. Beitran still here. Some resets will need to come through shortly. Charm onto Rookie. Gets a decent amount of healing back with the Petrolite Burst and the Kingslayer. And hits level 6 first. Could look theoretically here. The all-in. But Ari very close to her own level 6, and Rookie would rather save it for a play of his own. Oh, I saw that failed Pierce kill. Knight sticks around for the extra wave. An early Dark Seal back, it is Knight. The Rookie's, of course, done the same. Resetting out. Good CSing from Rookie in the mid lane. Silas can sometimes get bullied out a little bit early, especially into things like the Foxfire very early with the Electrocute. You can get some really annoying trades. Rookie deemed Knight unworthy of a solo kill, apparently. Gala and Mako switched out of the lane. Finn, potentially in danger here. Has got the Equalizer. He's an Electrocute, but have the Scrap Shield to give himself a little bit more functional HP. Bot side, weirding used. Pierce is shy. Finn gonna have to back away to his own turret. Empowered autos there. Courtesy of the passive. And of course, the Tidecaller's Blessing. Do you want to see Beitran get something done on the Poppy soon, though? You run for this Callista draft as top side. Big chunk onto Bim. Root then onto the Shy. Equalizer down. Damage back. Between Worlds burn. Weirding used. Drake also secured by BLG. Grubs. Currently being sold out by Beichuan. Very early, or very quiet early right now, which is not good news for your BLG fam. You've drafted. Make aggressive plays. Keep his verdict. Nicely used to knock JJ away. Nabbed Pot Blossom from Rookie. He's got some good ults to steal this game, has to be said. Didn't see who he used the Callista ult knife on. I'm assuming someone like JJ, honestly. Maybe Gala to keep him alive. Flash away from Bin. Gala finds a good moment there. Hulling down. Would have been very scary and powered as it was. Last time we saw a lot of Lucian with Gala. Ironically, it was probably Xiao who was playing it more mid lane. Back in the RNG days. Yeah, I'm not sure Silas has a bad ult to steal this game. They all feel pretty potent in the right scenarios. Bot side, potentially a dive. The Shy in danger. TP coming on through. Goes between worlds. Or rather across the veil and will die before he gets a chance. TP back in from Rookie, but it's a little late. Slow this early in the game. And so the dive successful there from BLG. Mid lane, Knight eats the culling. That's gonna suck. Throws out a chomp just wide onto Mako. Will now be forced to reset. Mid lane prio gained. To what end? Drag in a minute and a half, so not exactly in time for that. But of course, Gala's ult should be up in time to play for that dragon. Mid lane, Gala eats a chunk there. Ghost Blade done for Elk, can you tell? Hey Sil, good to see you. Mid lane, Tangle Barbs onto Mako, drops him to about half. Ow. This lane still very oppressive. Doing a good job of trading into the Lucian Nami, especially with their ults being down. They're not as threatening without that ability to full send with a tidal wave and culling. BLG, of course, hang on, we might have to wait on a conversation about stuff, because Knight preemptively ults. Rookie steals that, charge into the wall, Charm just wide. JJ might still be in danger here though, nonetheless, forced to flash. Flash on forwards, Crescent Guard to knock back towards station, but they're still going to get the flash on him from on. Pot Blossom comes on down. Rookie got a Spirit Rush to work with, trying to dodge around. Kills off a clone, unfortunately. Gets out to safety, but overcome making a Gala. Looking for a play. They're going in with a Fate's Call! Blow up that Nami. BLG, relentlessly aggressive. The Shy goes across the veil. Finn throwing on the Flame Spitter. Barbecue Bunny Rabbit. Maybe look to turn this around there with the Between Worlds. Finn got the Equalizer, stands on top of the red carpet. Doesn't get that many chunks though. Gonna overheat shortly. Can look to play this one out. Needs to be a bit aware of the passive proc available from the Shy. Looked like an initially great trade onto Knight, who had to low his ult early. Turns around really well into a pick onto JDG, and then the force super hard afterwards. Alkanon. Always were one of the better Kalista lanes. Drop a bit of wave to make it happen. We should be able to reset here. Of course, on the Ghostblade Kalista, you don't actually have to go towards the Berserker Greaves early either. You can just get that raw AD in nice and early. Because your Halo Blades gets you all the auto uptime you need for those short burst rates. You can see it starts here in this bot side if we go through and see this replay. As Knight is forced to ult a little early, but then Beitron finds a stun to the wall. Tried to get him while he was still stunned to the wall, can't quite get the timing. JJ flashes away. But BLG aren't done. JJ looks to try and get into his own jungle, ends up face checking the Poppy, who flashes to the other side to make sure he's knocked out. Gets to keep his verdict. And then Rookie is stuck in a 1v3. Has to run away. And Mako and Gala come on over, but they know they're coming. So Fate's Call, flash, Beitron gets the heroic charge over the wall. Very nice aggressive play. See you later, Scorpio. See you later. Remember to cheer for IG wherever you are. We may have an IG fan in chat, guys. Maybe. Gala. Relentless pursuits forward. The Shy. Flame spitted. It's a fair amount of damage there as the Haunting Guise does quite a lot of work in the early lanes. Knight was chunked out here in this 1v1 matchup. But onto the Herald, RBLG. Keeper's verdict, wound up. And the Copter doesn't hit Nico or Gala. Could be a bit of a dangerous position as the tidal wave comes on through. Beitron picks up the Eye of the Herald. Charge on forward, trying to buy some time. Rookie with the stolen Pop Blossom. Does a lot of work. Will likely die for this and does. But the Between Worlds on the Elp means he dies as well. The Shy gets one on his way out. Tries to get burned down. Won't quite. And the Orb of Deception cleanse on the charm. 4 dead for BLG as IG only lose 2. The Herald did go the way of BLG, but they stood and delivered very well. Some tight fights there with the health bars, but Gala and Mako being untouched gave them that little bit more in the tank here as the Keeper's verdict is just shy on Mako. It becomes a fight over the Herald, but you've got Rend, so you win that one out. Beitron at this point goes and picks up the Eye. And then looks to try and turn onto Rookie, who's just shy of the wall. He does get this Pop Blossom off. It gets quite a lot of damage down. They do kill Rookie, but it costs quite a lot of damage. The Equalizer, decent, but not perfect. And Elk is just split up from the team. He's already burned his flash in that last play towards that bot side jungle. The Shy survives his Flame Spitter. Bin's overheated. Knight can't quite get Gala because he has the summoners to work. Bin on Rumble, not exactly his best champion. His equalizers does feel a bit off center. That one was okay. It wasn't exactly the best ever, was it? But how potent this champion has been now for a long, long time. Bin Rumble has another really inspired great fear in his opposition. Partly why I think IG were happy to let it through. Yeah, it denies it from the Shy, of course. He can't play it now because of Fearless, but... So, 15 seconds on Dragon. Be sole point for BLG. Got the feats of strength because they got the objectives alongside those early kills. Gold, pretty much even after that last play. The objectives have gone the way of BLG, giving them a bit of an edge elsewhere, even if it's somewhat more intangible. This TP could end up sucking a bit here. Charge away. It's interrupted. Quite sure how. Rookie flashed out. That's how he got out to safety. I was like, how did Rookie get out there? With the flash. That's the flash and the TP down. On towards the dragon they go. Remember with the Callista. Ren secures are very much a thing. Keeper's verdict. Shy. JJ though rooted up. Takes a lot of damage. This Knight gets a big combo. Rookie throws out the chain lash. Can't quite land it. The Shy throws out a weirding shotgun blast. Find out that much the tidal wave comes across. Will land onto Elf. That's about it. Pop Blossom on the other side lands onto a couple. Important members down as the Aurora is turned into Wabbit food. The Holy Pop Blossom of Antioch comes on and ensures the killer Bunny Rabbit gets to do nothing that fight. Soul point and a kill. Nice stuff. I miss Looney Tunes. Yeah, me too. What a show. Honor just carrying the game on Nico Poundbound in playoffs. Yeah, I mean, On won the 1v1, feeling himself, having a good Nico game. It's with the Callista as well. You can play hyper aggressive now with the Edge of Night as well. A lot hard to pick off the Callista. Got the Rocket Belt early. If he keeps accelerating, should get to a Zhonya's on a good timer. That's the time when Nico sometimes gets a bit more sad, as if she doesn't get to Zhonya's early on support. So, Dragon's still in 3 minutes. Atacam is up. No one's rushing it as yet. Good play here bot side as JJ and Beichuan trading up, but there's a steadfast presence. Gala hit with the root on. Heals himself. Cleanse for heal. Okay trade. Bot side. Beichuan trading up with Rookie, who stole the Keeper's verdict and get that much value. Out comes the smite, and Rookie makes a rookie mistake. You're never in a 1v1 in this kind of game. Important kill. Knight with the early Banshee's Veil second as well, so a lot harder for him to be picked. Now he can potentially turn towards this Atacam. BLG quietly beginning to snowball a bit more aggressively now. Only 1,000 gold, but the objective's beginning to go their way. Get a lot of turrets. Bing gets one top. They get one bot. The gold lead suddenly balloons to 2.5. They don't want to start the Atacam. The moment of the game where they are at their most strong. 2 items on the RE, 2 items on the Callista. After this, I'd argue they're beginning to fall off a little. The Lucian Nami will be a real threat. Silas, we know, scaled quite well. I'm going to say it's a bit of a weird one because both teams do spike very hard in the early to mid stages. Argue Callista a little bit harder earlier. The Lucian a little harder mid game. Silas probably scales somewhat better than the RE. Post Rowan nerfs as well, obviously does hit the Silas a little. But onto the Atacam we go, and everyone else is top side. It's just free Atacam, they know it. They just want to play for waves. They're not coming, they're giving it up. It's not a game winner in a way it used to be, obviously, with the Ruinous and Voracious. Thornbound is a good buff. I'm not sure I'd call it great, per se. out. Big chunk suddenly. Ow. Elk gets a bit of a jump forwards. Ghostblade means he can always threaten somewhat. Plus it's more mobility. Harder to get value down with the culling, as we kind of saw there. They got On's health bar. Wasn't really enough. And the mid lane turret being down means this Lucian's ability to control the mid lane is a bit harder. Has got the third item though. Infinity Edging is a big deal. Phase 1 looking for an angle. Doesn't quite find the stun into the wall and will speed away with Phase Rush. The charm though is a bit rough for JDG, who does not have a Crescent Guard to work with. Maybe should have gone with some better security options. Windows Defender, McAfee, something like that. Because Crescent Guard clearly wasn't keeping you safe from all of the viruses that Ahri infects you with that E button. Equalizer tags Gala. That could be a problem. Mako forced the flash as well. Gets the pop blossom just about. That'll do, Pig! In goes on. They get a couple knockaways, but I don't think it's enough to keep people realistically alive. Mako's down both the summoners and his health bar. Gala's actually dead. So is the Shy. And Shishir's only just respawned. That's got to be solved for BLG unless they want to turn for Baron. What's their poison? The enemy red buff, apparently. More interested in structural damage. BLG playing a clean mid game. Say it ain't so. I feel like they've not been snatching for plays either, which they sometimes have and have gotten away with just by raw mechanics rather than by good decision making. Gala tagged by that equalizer. Slows him down enough as that flash from Mako kept him alive for a second or two. But On gets the pop blossom. Over the wall goes Beige One with a heroic entrance. Not heroic entrance. Keepers. No. Heroic charge. There we go. Found the right ability name. Gets the Mad Jays at 7 stacks to Ahri. By the book, for those of you who have subscribed to Nymaera's Twitch channel, what an emote that is. Very useful when Knight is playing the game. Rookie Loki saved On's life. Yeah, kind of did. Knocked him out to safety. They otherwise died. I think On would have been happy dying there. His work was done. Interestingly, isn't going towards a Zon. Has gone towards a Warden's Mail. Normally, we see it nearly obligatory to go towards the Zonias for a bit more AP. Wants to be just tankier. And wants to play the role of Initiator. Fair enough. By the book. Good options. Survived. Congratulations, Grumpy. Warden Blaze forwards. Throw out a bit of a chunk there. In they go. Baron started. JJ, of course, can look for the Smite fight, but it's with the Callista. The Ren makes it harder, so Smite doesn't come on through. Now, the Shy, now in danger in a 1vx. Goes between worlds, gets across the veil for a second or so, but has crossed it a little bit more permanently. And finds himself in Nirvana. No pun towards the groups here. Rookie, now trying to run away. Flash for the charm! Base one will make sure the Lucian is nowhere near safety with the heroic charge. Rookie, for a last bit of chunk. And they pick up another 3. BLG have turned on the afterburners. The mid-game spike is there. The Magi stacks are in. Baron, Soul, and IG look a little lost on the map, honestly. Scrambled to contest the Baron. There's always going to be a weighted coin toss with the Callista to work with. They lose their jungler, lose the fight after. And they are struggling with the target access that the Nico, Poppy, and Ahri are providing right now. It was a pretty close affair in the end. It wasn't enough. And of course, the Shy looking for this flank angle. Ends up jumped on. Does a decent job of trying to escape, but unfortunately jumped on top of Beige One. Who then gets to pick up that kill. And Baseline is pretty damn tanky at this point. Trying to keep running, but Gala already at half HP. Flash for the charm. Oh, Knight. What an RE player he is. You can understand why Nymaera has him rated. One of the top 3 REs in the world. Mako. Caught on top of the equalizer. Well, Sushi was supposed to be raw. BLG trying something a little bit different. Allowed to keep their life, but both summoners burned. All the while, Rookie trading out with this very tanky Poppy. He's already got a Bramble Vest and a Negatron Cloak. Sorry, is that a Negatron Cloak? It's not. It's the upgrade on Null Magic Mantles. I can never remember the name of. It's not a Spectre's Cow. Oh, it is a Negatron Cloak. What am I talking about? That is the correct turn. I doubted myself. Pop Blossom comes on through, but it's only real to base one who does not care. I doubted myself. Thank you, Mabby, for confirming. Dust, says KB. Onto the turrets we look. On. Look to pull people back. Equalizer down. Oh, that one stings. JJ tries hot poison. He's not going across the red carpet. The River Styx looks to come and claim a few more lives. Was it Phlegethon that was made of fire? Not sure. Either way, Bin is ensuring people are paddling down it. Keeper's Verdict goes, you know, random direction there. Bit of a celebratory set of ults, the tidal wave across multiple members, including a cloak. Theoretically, a 6-man tidal wave doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, does it? Because BLG in the mid game show no mercy, do they? Very aggressive, very clinical. Picks in the enemy jungle. Plays around those objectives. Early on, it felt a bit more neck and neck. The objectives started ramping, and then once the mid game hit, BLG kept finding their angles very efficiently. Knight and Beichuan both looked very, very scary on that Poppy. On that Nico. Similarly, very dangerous. Hey folks, Initialise here. We do not have a Nymaera today. He is at the LEC meetings. So it is just me. Hello. Glad to have you all in here. As we're going through some fun games. JDG 2-0'd anyone's legend earlier in the day, and BLG doing pretty well here into Invictus Gaming. Egoed successful. Knight does tend to win the ego checks on the RE, it has to be said. So, welcome back everyone. Glad to have you all in here on 3 different chats. We're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, we're also live on Anivia's YouTube, which is pretty awesome. So thank you for coming and joining us. Share the good word on socials. If you see any good clips, consider dropping them onto socials as well. And then, of course, we can look for those little things called subscriptions. For those of you who are on Twitch, please do consider dropping one onto our Twitch channel. We are community funded. There is no official broadcast anymore. It is all, in fact, co-streams. So for those of you who have that ability to support, either with something like a Twitch Prime, consider dropping it here. That free sub a month can go a long, long way to keeping us in business. Or for those of you who want to throw that extra £5 or whatever it is where you live at us, can make a massive difference to our ability to keep on trucking. Hey, certainly. Good to see you. I still find it so funny when I'm doing official broadcast. I mean, it's a bit of a sad one, isn't it? Good to see you, Alette. Oh. I think I need a cup of tea. Oh. Side note, I'm incredibly drunk. Been here a while. Stay chat. Oh, well. Enjoy your day drinking. Stay safe and make sure you hydrate, Alette. That's the other addition to this. What a gold graph. See, it was very even until it wasn't, right? You can see where it starts to go around. Where did the 2-item spike start hitting? Well, what do you know? Right about there. Good work from Knight. Great work from Beitran as well. I feel like they're probably our MVP frontrunners, though. On had a pretty good game, too. Got a little bit dicey early on when JJ had some good pathing to kind of get into the enemy jungle, match what Beitran was doing, but unannounced, and get into the lane before Beitran could get there, and punish that really well. Yeah, I mean, JJ after the early game just really didn't get a lot done. Which kind of sucked for them, I'm not going to lie. In comes that knockout blow. On as well, I think, was very good on that Nico. The Bash brothers here of Nico, Ari, and Poppy did a lot of work. Hell, the Fate's Call as well just gives another way for Nico to go in, which is why that pairing is so strong. Oh, I'm sorry, Alette. Rough time. Oh, Alette, I'm sorry. Well, worry not about all that rest of that stuff. Come chill out here. Enjoy some League. Good opportunity to vent and find some good vibes and some chill space among people who are going to be chill as well. So that's a good time. So, yeah. Enjoy the good vibes. I'm sorry, life's been a bit tough lately. There you go. What's BLG's record with Beitran? It was really... They hadn't lost a series with Beitran until recent. Now, when did Beitran join? Let me just check. Oh, hang on. I've got the wrong thing. But I think it's something like 7-1. It's very good. Maybe 7-2. When did Beitran join? Let's check. Let me go check Billy Gaming's history. So Beitran joined on 3rd of May was his first series against FPX. Correct, it is. No, it was against Weibo. What am I talking about? So beat Weibo, beat FPX, beat Thundertalk, beat Young's Legend, beat WE, beat NIP. Yeah, they are 7-1 with Beitran. They had their streak broken by JDG. 7-1. Which is pretty good going, all things said and done. Who's the MVP? It is Beitran. Good for him. 9 MVPs now, my goat. Lost to JDG, that's it, yeah. Good move when they say. So yeah, they're 7-1. Currently, they'd be going to 8-1 with him right now, which is a very impressive result. Oh, alright, I'm going to go run and put the kettle on. Get myself set up. Thank you again for all the follows and suggestions to look after myself. If you want to avoid the ads, of course, guys, you can subscribe to the channel. And please do consider do that. Well, it does make a huge, huge difference to our ability to keep doing the game. And we love all of you who have been supporting us. Again, shout out to our gifters as well, the likes of Mecha and Grumpy, and a load of the other people who have been keeping us in business. Been really, really awesome. Thank you really heavily for that. Knight also killed Scout and Lane this series. That series was just a whole team issue. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Ads on. I'll hop this across. I'll return shortly and I'll put the iPad on after as well.
业的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。TCL
X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
长弓怒放，我的女王来我身边，就是我是女王的恩典。
就我们上一场对战 BLG， 然后 BLG 也有，就队员换人嘛，然后自从魏这名选手换成北川选手，我觉得认为北川选手是一个打法比较激进的选手，就不管是前面打团就支援团战都是会第一个上去，然后帮队友就是骗他们技能，骗对面技能，然后让双 C 更有好的输出环境。然后我们对战北川的 BLG 的话，我觉得他们这支风格其实我不是很怕吧，因为 IG 也是就是性格比较像，打法也是比较激进，所以我们很乐意跟这样的 BLG 就是打比赛。我们的整个赛就是第二段赛，就常规赛的最后一场是打 BLG， 然后可能很多粉丝也期待我们的比赛嘛，就希望不管是我们赢，不管是他们赢，我希望的是我们就该有自己的发挥吧，然后就让粉丝们看得开心一点吧，肯定是希望我们是能赢。
我觉得我们队伍现在的状态的话，就是感觉时好时坏吧。然后我觉得我们就是在局内的那种判断，有时不统一，有时就运营的很流畅。
Right then.
然后我觉得这个
Let's get the iPad up, shall we?
每个人的那个
Where art thou? There you are.
意见太多了，然后我们就需要把这些改进一下，然后
have some fun with it.
这些原因，然后我们去集中听一个人的指挥就可以了。我觉得 IG 最近的比赛的话，大部分都是在劣势的时候胜利的嘛。就是我觉得他们在劣势的韧性很强，然后在那种逆境之中找机会的机会也很强。跟德赛选手 solo 的话，我觉得玩正常的那种 solo 英雄不一定赢得过他。然后我觉得玩一样的英雄的话，我是不虚他的。
Alright, that looks like draft to me. Game over. No! We lost. Ein Moment bitte. There you go. Players all sat down. I have tea. Life is good. Ugh. IG 4-1 JDG 4-0 BLG 4-0 IG. Yeah, it's that. Never ends, does it? Right then. Let's have a bit of a look at this, shall we? So, IG. Back on blue side. BLG, obviously the one game up. Or back up. IG finally get to start blue side. Of course, lost the 1v1. Double AP. Why am I double light? I still don't get why I'm double lighting. I know not the reason. Oh, do I need to close one of those? No, that hasn't helped. Wah. Whatever. Not that big a deal. But yes, that's important. Because those are your AD skirmish, especially with the shins out and the poppy gomp. What else have you got left? Jarvan? They're going to go towards the Taliyah anyway. What do we want to look in with that? Of course, JJ, historically, Greatly Sin has played a little bit of this split. As you could look for that. Gwen has to be banned now, basically, because the Rumble was used last game. Varus gets through. Oof. Scary to give up. Okay, is a pretty good Varus. Had a really good game on it the other day with the on-hit variant. I'm going to lock in with it. Renat has often been a pairing if you're going on-hit. Can go engage too, Rel, Alistair. But yeah, Varus is through. Grunts everywhere. Sion. Okay. Nidalee. A hover, of course. Not locked in yet, but of course it can go. Right here. Break glass in case of emergency pick. Shy's played it much more than JJ has in recent months. Lock in the Nidalee. Not the Nidalee. The Jhin 2. So the range now is really good. Threaded volley. Bears. Nidalee. This is strictly a flex. JJ does play it quite well. With me, taking it away from the Shy. Is it time for the Beishuan Lilia angle? Just saying, okay, if you do lock in that Nidalee, I can out-farm you. Or at least match it, rather. Quite excited for my tea. Got Royal Oolong. I think it's Royal Oolong. And it's delicious. Wukong. Another ban off JJ. This is 4 AD bans against him, by the way. Are they going to try and force him onto the Nidalee? What else can you get rid of? Maybe Sejuani? But in Sejuani kind of has a rough matchup until Lilia posts about 20 minutes. Sometimes 15, depending on how things... Basically, the moment Lilia completes Leandri's, like, the farm discrepancy goes absolutely wild. You end up with, like, 30 CS difference. Plus. Very happily. Annie, again, away from Knight. Never going to happen. Yari's already gone. Kali. Maybe. Thought about it last game. Yone's already gone yet. Silas is out. Needs to be decent into Taliyah. We've seen Akali's manage the Taliyah matchup better than they used to. Because basically it's just around holding your cooldowns, being a bit more patient with it. You can't full combo. You need to break up the combo somewhere. Zed, of course, it is night. And you can deal with the Unraveled Earth by blinking behind it. Now, my good friend Georgia, otherwise known as Troublelink, you may know from such things as Amir Masters and LEC and NLC and all these other things, and LPL, actually, for that matter, really rates the Katarina into Taliyah matchup because you can do unspeakable things to Taliyah, whose Unraveled Earth means nothing to you. The 5 jungle band strat. Jarvan as well. Good grief. Is this going to be a Lee Sin now? We've not got many AD options left. Kindred? Swain would be good into the Scion. You could then run the Nidalee a bit more freely. Vel'Koz's hover was fun. Alas. Okay. This will round it out. Talon jungle? Are we getting the Talon? We've had it a couple times already. Are we forcing a Talon here? It's semi-global. Lee Sin's more JJ's style. The easiest Lee Sin game, I'm not going to lie. Alright, I think I would have preferred the Talon. But okay, but that said, JJ's Lee Sin is very good. Name brand matters here. This guy can pilot Lee Sin in tricky drafts, has done so successfully for IG already this split. Last pick then of the Jace. Is that going to be Scion mid? Are we running the Jace mid into the Taliyah? That needs to move around, surely. Unless they're changing roles. Scion mid. Okay. No, okay. Thank God. They did switch. So, okay. So we have got Jace mid, Scion top. Volume up. God damn it. I'm drawing on the wrong place. So, get that camera off, shall we? You have a weird old draft as Invictus Gaming. Your skirmishing is very good. Leona, Lee Sin, Taliyah, Nidalee. All very good in the 3v3s and using some of that mobility of the Lee Sin and the Taliyah with the ult to get involved. You can press R on the Jhin. So you want to be getting your early skirmishes rolling, using your ability to flank and use your mobility well. Big noise from the crowd. Good work from both crowds there, but this has to work. Has to. You can't allow it not to. But yeah, I think if this Lee Sin doesn't get snowballing, things get tricky. Your mid game's still decent. You've got great skirmishing, great target access from lots of weird angles. There's range, there's pick, there's mobility on the Lee Sin. And there's some mobile carries, like if you can get on top of the Jace, kick him away, the Varus, kick him away, that's good. But you've got to do that through Scion and Alistar frontline. You're going to get outscaled and outfarmed by the Lilia post a certain point. Your front to back is a lot easier there, and your scaling's a lot easier here. I'm not even sure you win the range discrepancy either, because you've got a Jace and a Varus who's gone Comet. So you will realistically, at least in the mid game, outrange / damage these two, even if you can trade back somewhat. And the Nidalee has gone Grasp and will be going tank. Nice jump forward from Knight. Nothing super scary so far. The Lee Sin looking for the invade here. Might look to wrap around on Elkanon. They got done in by the level 2 plays earlier. JDG not spotted out quite yet. They have to have an idea. Rookie's coming as well. I think Beitwan's going to go and invade on the other side now. His whole aim on this Lily is getting as far ahead as possible. Nice steps forward, gets a chunk onto Rookie. Beitwan's got to be aware of what's happening. Try and trade elsewhere. Not going to happen. Tried to rush by not doing Raptors, I think. Goes Wolves, Raptors back. And to trade out that blue buff, but hey, that's the plan. Been shoved in on this top side. Nidalee getting that value at least. Taliyah doing a decent job into the Jace early on of getting some shove too, giving the Lee Sin some value there on that invade. Bowling ball. Ooh, nearly a good shot. Wasn't the Raptors actually? I apologize because it's respawning, aren't they? So I was right. I think they were looking for the invade, but JJ chooses to aggressively path back towards his Booba before doing more stuff. So can't trade that back. It ends up being that camp advantage. Lee Sin might end up losing this second Scuttle Crab though, depending on how Beitwan wants to play this. If he goes scouts this out, could theoretically pick up that. Won't. Decides to go for Raptors. Stay safe, especially with the resets of this Jhin and Leona coming across. We are going to have matched bot lanes again. Varus so far. A little ahead of this Jhin. We'll have a bit of a wave to pick up, so it shouldn't be as big a discrepancy as it currently is on the scoreboard. Shy. Gets a bit of a swipe. You can throw some autos out. There's the grass. Javelin toss wide. Roar of the Slayer also goes wide. Gets the grass prod back in trade. Vin doing his best to just be a survivor in this lane. Understandably, I think IG want to keep that matchup as is for now. And they push and shove and get out of the lane again. Push wave back, head towards lane. They have got that ability with the Varus and the Scion to do that. He's a little bit frozen on this side. Beitwan can have a bit more support, of course, because he's got his bot lane here, which that's not true for Invictus Gaming right now. Support roaming. A little late. Sonic Wave lands, but the Resonating Strike will not be taken as yet. Doesn't want to safeguard towards anybody. Right, BLG just say, look, too risky. We see the Leona coming. We're doing this too slowly. Back off it. No need to flip. Because it would have been. BLG doesn't Astro lose early. I think the Scion can carry very near 1v5. I kind of agree. The Jhin won't be able to manage the Scion until very late in the game. Like, Jhin at 4 items isn't bad into tanks. The ability and the range gets very difficult for the tanks to manage. And you have enough attack speed to actually get through to the 4 shots a bit more readily. But it takes a while to get there. But otherwise, you're looking at it and going, alright, well, the Lilia, the Jace, the Varus all kind of get really annoying with the Phalanx array in front of them. The Lilia in particular could be really annoying for some of these people going forward. Like the Lee Sin goes in and immediately gets slept. Tough time. It's more poke with the Swell Seeds. I think people really underestimate in the mid game. Your pick is kind of like non-conditional as well, right? You can keep hunting for Swell Seeds, hunting for Chains of Corruption angles. Play from there. Thought Twitch died on me. Where is chat? We're here. Just chilling. Snoozy game. Bit of a quieter day in Twitch chat. Ugh. What a noise. The grunts of Varus It's not quite Korean Lysandra. I think it's a pretty accurate rendition, personally. Or wannabe Disney character who's probably actually a villain in either. Daisy! More grunts. Sounded just like I know. I know. Gonna have a little bit of a scuffle over these grubs here. Early swipe from JJ. Which I think was timed by both of them. I take that back. Down to 10% people. Watch out, he was gone with it. So allowed Lily to pick that one up. BLG picked that. That's important for them. Makes a lot of power out of the shy in a side lane, which is important. So we'll get this plate down here, and that's good news. TP down now from... Looks like it'll be Knight, interestingly. Varus now sent to be your sentinel in mid lane. Very hard to move out of there with all of his wave clear from 30 miles away. Between the auto attacks at a very long range and the hail of arrows, the piercing arrow, and the need to tell someone that they've failed this city. That's a relatively dated reference at this point. Chance to grab some wide as hell. Hit by that seismic shot. Rookie! Just about wide on that piercing arrow. Flash and cleanse off Elk, though. I tell you, if that WQ had landed, I think Rookie could have been in danger there. Turn around. This is the shy hops on forwards. Nice thundering blowback. But a quiet early game here for IG with a very IG comp in terms of a lot of comfort picks. But, like, the Lee Sin and the Nidalee raise my eyebrows here in terms of the comp cohesion. It's about skirmishing. It's about priority. We've got double Dirks early. I need to see some value early here, or I'm going to get a bit worried coming into the later stage of the game. If we hit, like, 15, 20 minutes, and IG haven't really done anything, that becomes more problematic. Thundering blow. Mako now potentially in danger. The Squall Seed lands. Flash away. Knight doesn't get hit by the deadly flourish. Z-Axis working in BLG's favor this time around. They drank enough Tilk to keep them strong today. Dragon being started. In comes the Weaver's Wall. Remember, Elk has no flash or cleanse. Does a decent job of dodging some of the CC, but it's just too much. And he does go down. Trade for the Dragon. Then we'll get some time topside. Knight lost a bit of his HP here. The Shy needs to be a bit wary. Flash for the flash pulverize attempt. Sonic Wave wide as well. Dragon did get picked up actually by IG. I apologize. Well, that was Beichuan on it. Not paying close enough attention there. Gala hit by the blooming blows. Actually needs to be a bit wary here of a potential lilting lullaby. Deadly flourish lands. Beichuan needs to be a bit wary himself. Flash kicked over the wall. Goes down. Nice combo from IG. Beichuan trying to play to clear the wave. Got a bit disrespectful there. 2 kills to IG. And a dragon. We need to see some good spots as well now. Kill on the Lee Sin, kill on the Jin. Early Ghost Blade for this Lee Sin as well to try and manage some of the longer range carries. Peyton's going to feel a bit aggrieved about that death. Thinking about threatening with a lilting lullaby, and then suddenly everyone's there. Shy. Get some autos down. The Shy keeps running away. Charged in. Decimating smash. From Bim. About half his HP, but of course we'll have a Primal Surge. Bin, still very annoying here. Primal Surge back up. Mid lane. Elk has got Summoner's back now. A little harder to pick off. Rookie has been a bit of a menace on that Talia. Making sure that this Varus isn't exactly safe by himself. Scarlet eats a chunk there. Ow. Varus at a very strong point of power right now. Bot side. Swirl Seed forced to flash his Rookie. He was already at half HP. That could have gotten very ugly very fast. JDG is on vision. Are they baiting this one? Look who else is around. Mako's there too. Swirl Seed wide. Sonic Wave land. Don't think he wants to take that. Here comes On, who's having a good day today so far. On the 1v1. Pretty great on that Nico. Shy. Just about has that pounce back up and available. Okay, Weaver's wall. Bin is going to die here. Gets over the wall to the Weaver's... Threaded Volley does a lot of work, but now Rookie's in danger. Thundering blow back towards the turret. Tries to get the Shy here as well. The zombie might be able to pick him up. Trying to get the Shy as he gets auto down. Brawl, no. There's a flash on forward from base 1 into the Blooming Blows. Secures another kill. Both solo laners die for the side of Invictus Gaming. And trade for just the kill on Bin. They can get the Herald off that as well, which is nice. Mind you, already claimed the feats of martial mastery, but on the board now properly a BLG. A kill for the Jason, a kill for the Lilia, exactly where you want them. No teleport on Rookie or the Shy, so it would end up being a serious discrepancy. Pick up that objective. There's a captive audience on the floor, sidestepped away from. Gonna turn that around, headbutt into pseudo pulverized, but is interrupted by the shield of day, breaks it on. Doesn't get as much value as I think he was hoping. Maybe forced to flash here. Can they get right into safety? Nicely body blocked. In goes JDG, who does get the kill by kicking Elp through his support. TP in from Bim. Tries to get into some value as he's not TP in. That's why he's just walked down here. I apologize. How did he get here? And the answer was by walking. JDG heads up play that gets the kill onto On. On thought he had a moment with the unbreakable will to go forward, but interrupted by Mako. Shy. That's a fair amount of value as Elk was forced to cleanse there off the deadly flourish. 13 seconds on Dragon. They're not going to be able to fight it. Health bar's far too low. H1 now around, but I'm assuming this Dragon is likely gone. Not the fastest take of all time, it has to be said though. But fast enough nonetheless. How many games supposed to be played by each team in Group Ascend? I forgot. I think it's like 13, 14. I think 13. Well, 26 actually overall. In terms of series, something like that. Because you have to do double round robin, don't you? I forget. Having a blind moment. Let me check. Well, how many games? Because this is our last day of regular season. So yeah, it was 18 series. By the looks of it. So quite a lot. A lot. Oh, nice kill there onto the Jace. Looking at things, and On's now going to die. The response is fantastic. Great look. Has been on the other side, looking to trade out with the Shy. Should be able to pick him up, so it does end up getting traded back somewhat. But it's not an even state of affairs. Opportunity done for JDG, who's gone full burst on this Lee Sin. He's going to be squishy as hell. But that initial proc from the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike will be really dangerous. And that'll be feat of strength secured by IG as well, who got the first turret. Ready back on the other side, which is nice enough. But JJ here's in a really good spot. This Lee Sin's going to be scary. Had to justify it, right? A lot of jungle bans thrown his way. Goes towards the Lee Sin, something he's known for. Ward hop forwards. Ghostblade procs. Chains of Corruption just wide. Sidestep by Gala, but now he's in danger. He needs to just get out of range of that Q, and does so. Gonna go in anyway. Can look for a Lilting Lullaby here, potentially. Can base one. Takes a lot of damage. Oh my god! JJ gets a lot of work. Cleanse now forces on, is in danger. Throws his own Unbreakable Will down. JJ's burst is just a little bit unexpected, I think, because he has gone for this lethality angle. Headbutt, pulverize, turn around onto the Shy, who's forced to flash. Hail of Arrows is wide, looking for that late strike in. Elk still holding. Can look for another arrow. The Deadly Flourish flashed away from, but now he's got to deal with the fact that there's the ult now coming on in. Rookie trying to get behind with the Weaver's Wall. And Bing can't body block everything. Knight shoving up in the top side, and BLG out skirmished here. Still have the Dragon's Rage to work with JDG. They get the mid lane tier 1. And a hard comp to execute, but full of mobility, full of playmaking. And play they did. Knight gonna try and shift for this tier 2. Rookie's coming on down. Might be in trade for his life, but you'll take the opportunity. Seismic Shove is finally off cooldown. Knight's gonna reset. Did get that extra turret, and that's not bad going. So it's 2 turrets that Knight gets as a decent side one. Gala dodging a lot here. That Swell Seed comes on down. Reminder, the Lilting Lullaby still on. Beitron wants it on Gala. Doesn't get it on anyone super valuable as a Sonic Wave into that Resonating Strike damage is so high. Cleanse from Gala means he doesn't go to sleep. Beitron a little bit frustrated, I think, by the dodging and ducking there. Prevented the R key press. Hail of Arrows didn't go towards Mako, was trying to read the Shy hopping away. He does finally do it. Flash away from the Deadly Flourish, but means things quite tricky here. As the 4th shot landed on the outer mid lane, we go back into the play this time, looking a bit more BLG flavor. Did lose their Lilia, but the damage still looking pretty scary here. Rookie down to about 5 HP. Decimating Smash as the flash on forward from Bin. They get 2 back in return alongside that turret. BLG strike back. Shy gonna try and play for this tier 2. Bin TP's in. JDG's so low, and he just dies as Knight gets to walk on forwards. It'll be a 4th shot, and he goes down. 1 for 1. How are Elk's dancing shoes? Not great so far. It's 2 for 2, 3 for 3. And 4th marks the spot. Gala now 7-0-2. Elk dodged nothing. Take a gulp of my tea. So, honestly, a pretty good play here. I'm assuming the Chains of Corruption land and Beitron goes in. Just gets smacked around a bit by the Seismic Shove and stuff. And a Dragon's Rage not being quite up and available, so we'll get traded out there. A little unlucky for that Lilia. And then they managed to get some more, and it's looking alright at this point. I'm assuming at this point, Knight just clears out a load of wards and goes, yeah, you can't walk up here, JJ. Gonna land the Shock Blast and then go for the all-in flash. Gets that auto down. At that point, the Dragon's Rage into the Deadly Flourish combo. It's nice. Means that Knight can't run away. Problem was, basically, Elk just needed to dodge some more. Failed it. Mind read by Elk. Sorry, mind read by Gala. Excitement value. 7-0-2. Seismic Shove. Back to live, and Knight is dead. Losing control of their own jungle now. It's getting a bit tricky. Hex Gate's proving a little problematic. Knight up 1,000 gold. It's good for him, but he's not here. Well, that means his Atakan will likely be IG's. No real way to fight this properly. Suddenly, there's a 4,000 gold lead for IG. Most of it's in the chin. 3k ahead. Youch. That'll be an Infinity Edge third. And you have to imagine a Lord Dominic's regards. Yeah, Knight goes to put some wards down, hit by the Solar Flare. Did have been around, but there's just way, way, way more people of way, way less vision. Full lethality Lee Sin. He's got an Edge of Night now as well. Again, his role this game is literally get onto someone like Knight, get onto someone like Beishuan, and murder them. No chance to heal, no chance to poke. If you lose half your health bar from a Q. Bin, gonna be run out here. Not that tanky right now. Gets interrupted mid-ult. And he's just gonna die. Bit of an overshove there. Full lethality Lee Sin. Lear, despite being 6 and 2, is obviously down quite a lot of gold because of the split pushing. Elk doing his best to turn this around. Chains of Corruption landed on JDG. He's now in danger. Headbutt pulverized, knocked back away by the Dragon's Rage. Get the ult. Can't quite get him into turret range, which is the real thing they were looking for. The turret falls. Ult for ult in the grand scheme of things. Nice decision making as ever from JJ on this Lee Sin. And that's always been an important part of why he's been able to play it where a lot of other players haven't. Manages to thread the needle in terms of, I've got all of these tools, but I only have like 2 possibilities out of 4 million that will work. Just knows his way around that champion so well. One of his specialists for a long time. Going to try and weave his wall in. On will interrupt. Damage though onto Knight, who's immediately eviscerated. In comes Bin. The response time is decent. The Shy flashed over the wall. On. Doesn't actually have all that much safety. Flashing away. Bin in danger. Continue to hobble forwards. Flash for the 4th shot. Now Bin is surely about to fall on the other side. The curtains are called. Beishuan manages to hop out to safety for a second or two. Elk tagged. 4th shot just wide. Actually, lilting Lullaby onto the Shy. Watch out, Eep. Into a Q. Should get the kill. Nice pickup. Nice for BLG to at least get something there. They lose 2. Make that 3, I apologize. For at least 1. Problem is they can turn to Baron. The best Baron taking team. But you've still got yourself a Talia. You've still got yourself a lot of man advantages, and it's going to go down regardless. Can Beishuan come over and mess with this? He's certainly going to try. He's going to try and shove the waves instead. I think not an unwise decision, actually. Play for the Dragon instead in 50 seconds. Because that would be soul for IG, and you do not want to give a Hex soul over in a game like this. What the hell happened? I assume Rookie just ulted. Gets behind the scene. Seismic shove onto Knight, who takes a few too many steps. How on earth do IG get to make this comp work? Nidalee top, lethality, Lee Sin jungle. And they're absolutely smurfing. Don't get me wrong, it helps that the Jhin is a nuclear warhead at this point. On. Trying to front line here, cannot. They needed to play for the Dragon, so I understand why he was there, but in goes JJ. Doesn't get the kill on tonight, the turnaround. Scary for a second or two, but the follow-up just not available. Disengaging Dragon's Rage kick again. Teleport available tonight, so you can still look to come and join. They've got the smites available. What did they burn for that? Ult on Lee Sin. Ult on Maker. That's just going to be Hex off. BLG, no way to play it out. Oof. We are going to 3, I think, here, folks. Cast a curse, they comp. They said biggest comp diff. I did. I was like, look, I like BLG's comp if it's slow early. And it was slow early. Didn't seem to matter in the end, because Rookie and El Gala have found some insane angles. On's going to try and interrupt this. Gets onto the backline, double pulverize. It's good, but there's no follow-up. He's dead. No one's going to join him. They clear the wave. He's gone. Going to try and jump at base. Run, who's going to be run out. Dodges the seismic shove. Continue to dance around, but there's still a solar flare. Stuns up on the unraveled earth. Flash on him from JDG, who will look for the cripple afterwards for the damage. Decimating smash. Lands. But into what value? What it has been for me is the response time to my G just been faster. With the Nidalee, with the Jhin, with the Talia, they've just been quicker to the draw every time than BLG once the mid-game rolled round. So, inhibitor turrets fall. Soul secure, Baron secured. Mighty gold lead secured of 11,000. Gonna try and look for Gala here. Never say never with BLG. Chains of Corruption land. The Shy gets a cleanse. Gets out to safety. Where is Knight? Can't quite find the combo they were looking for. Knight instead gets a shove on mid. Solar Flare lands. That will be the death of the stake. All the while, JJ just 1v1's Knight, who teleported in. Caught on the reset. Slight mistiming on the seismic shove. Base 1 flashes away. Stays alive for a second, but not for that much longer, you feel, as the Nexus Star is now under siege. Solar lane and support down. 3v5. Invictus Gaming bring us to 3. They are psychotic in their drafting, aren't they? But a little derangement never hurt anyone in League of Legends, especially not with those players on screen there. The Shy and JJ pull out the pocket picks and flex their muscles. Full lethality Lee Sin. My days. Well, if you're not entertained, I hope you are now. Hello, Saronki, good to have you in here. Post check from Mecca. I'm sat up straight. Apology. I promise you, that's the one. IG doing better than I thought. Yeah, they're doing alright, aren't they? Anything goes that game? Yeah. Basically, IG hands diff like it's 2018. I mean, basically. Like, I wouldn't trust anyone else to play that comp. Who's our MVP? I imagine JJ. I think he was really important in the mid-game, though Gala was also really good. We're not last, baby! Yeah. I'm happy for your DRX fans.
I am so sleepy, so very sleepy.
Rookie actually did a lot of work here on the Talia as well. I don't think I quite realised how much work he did. I mean, in fairness, a lot of that is chunking a Scion consistently, so that's kind of a bit fake stat. But when your Lee Sin is doing double damage if you're Liliet, bad time. Oh, I forgot to turn the volume down as well. I do apologise. No, wrong thing. That's the one. Wait, I just noticed the tank 5 jungle band spell. Yeah, exactly. That's partly why I feel like JJ probably deserves MVP here. Rookie eats a Shock Blast. This dive was actually pretty foul. It was really good skirmish. We said they had to. We said to use the mobility, use the skirmishing really well. Lee Sin, Talia permanently finding angles. The Nidalee permanently finding angles. You see how this is supposed to be executed from a game like this, right? It's not as straightforward as a front to back. It's about basically knowing what I can get from... You know, like this is a great example, right? Because you're saying, like, okay, Knight's going to go forwards here. You can go, okay, but the Lee Sin buys a lot of time. And at this point, you get to turn this around and then get Curtain Call for the return. You've got the Nidalee ability to join a play by jumping over walls, continue to pounce forward. The Lee Sin similarly very mobile. The Talia with the ult, very mobile. Look how much threat Knight is under from out of nowhere. Into a javelin toss, into a hop on. All the while, you've still got to deal with the fact that there's the Leona throwing a load of CC out at you as well. And this Jhin got so threatening as well because of how many kills he picked up. Gala's been really hard to get. He's in good form at the minute. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's see who the MVP is. And I need to run some pre-roll. The LCK Challenge League casts are very entertaining, it has to be said. Interesting, so I'm not sure I entirely agree that Korean's a softer sounding language than Chinese. Because I think Chinese has got quite a lot of quite sharp sounds. I know we've got a lot of shurs, but shurs come across very heavily on microphone. Makes it really interesting rhythmically. It is JJ who's the MVP. What a surprise. It shouldn't be. It's not. He had such a good game. Like tanked however many jungle bans plus fearless bans, locks in a Lee Sin, goes full lethality, and absolutely eviscerates the game. Let me run some ads then, folks. For the Twitch viewers, if you want to avoid them on Twitch, then please do subscribe. We are community funded. So if you like what we do here, please do consider supporting us. It does mean a huge, huge deal. He had a terrible game one. JJ, yeah, he did. It wasn't a good game. After the early Shin's outplay, he looked a bit lost. This one looked really good. Really good bounce back from him, honestly. Couple for bot as well. I think that's probably fair, actually. Oh, take care for it. Yeah, take care, 1,000 Kites. Good having you in here as ever. Safe journeys. We'll speak to you soon. IG needs to go to bottom. Need the go button play to play. When they have it, they are so good. Yeah, I think basically, if you can play for hands check and script, ironically, I don't want to see IG with a front to back team fight comp like ever. Like, I feel like that's just not the way that they win. They want globals, they want skirmishing, they want go buttons, and that ability to play with mobility and that kind of like dancing shoes, basically. Alright, I am going to get a refill of my tea, and we'll be right back. I shall leave you all with some words on stream. iPad is on. Actually hit the button. There we go. One. Boop. There we go. Ooh. I've got one already. Could be one. There we go. Do you wanna guess a snowman? Man, I'm trapped in this chair. This bloody table. How has this happened again? Nanny. Alright, I can leave now. Right, let me get this tea. Excuse me.
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
领国家补贴就上京东，叠以旧换新补贴，买手机、电脑数码4折起。搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。京东。
因为北川5月份刚刚加入嘛，所以说在我看来，因为我们其他4个人是打了非常久了，然后大家也配合的比较久了，所以说就是因为我们在游戏上面展现的画面，其实是我们4个人还是会有一些配合上面的失误，还有自己的个人失误吧，所以说我觉得需要改进的更多的是，对于北川新加入我们，然后是我们其他4个人应该是要做得更好一点，然后让他融入的更快一点吧。然后，就是该展现出我们自己4个人，该有的那种优势吧。下一场比赛打 IG 嘛，然后我们上一次虽然赢下了他们，但是我觉得我们的游戏内容其实还是有很多改进的点吧。然后，因为两边都会成长嘛，然后我看了一下他们比赛也是就打团也打得非常的好，他们的运营也是，所以说。就还是要去好好去准备我们自己的 BP， 还有我们自己的沟通，让自己整个队伍减少失误吧。
我感觉自己这赛段的表现的话，还是可以做得更好吧，然后没有特别满意。我觉得自己在比赛中还是出现了很多失误的。然后目标的话，其实就是希望自己不管在怎么样的情况下，都能去很好的配合队伍，然后赢下比赛吧。然后。在这方面感觉做的还是不够好吧，我觉得自己还是后续还是要更努力的去进步吧。上一次输给 BLG 的话，我觉得我们在中后期的团战方面沟通做的一些差吧，然后出现了一些就是沟通就是我们人员脱节的一个情况。然后现在的话，我们做的比以前好了很多，然后我们可以赢下来。最后一场比赛的决心。就是因为我们现在也是连胜嘛，所以我希望我们能保持这个势头，然后一直赢下去。然后之后的，就希望我自己可以，不管在比赛中出现各种各样的情况，也希望我把自己的位置做好吧，然后去承担 ADC 这个位置。
How we doing? Still waiting on my tea brew. So after this run, I'm blind. Oh no, I don't got quite enough for that. Nice. Good work, folks. I will put that down. I am going to run away briefly, for I must go get my tea. Who should be worried more based on champions available? I think both teams are pretty flexible. Maybe BLG. When I say that, Knight and Bin have got quite wide pools. I think the thing is, IG are known for having weird stuff. I think my issue is that BLG are quite reliant on Beichuan to be the leader of the charge. And they need stuff that goes with that kind of well. I don't think they're that flexible as a team yet. In a way that IG, for all they draft weird and inconsistently, and play weird and inconsistently, can actually play quite a lot, quite well. So arguably IG, but I think it's quite close. Both these teams have got quite accomplished, quite versatile players. It's more at the team level that I have an issue, if that makes sense, rather than a player level. Yeah, because in terms of gameplay, obviously Beitran's the biggest joke, and that's just I agree, Lorenji, because again, he's very important to BLG, and obviously they've gone 7-1 with him. So it's been a serious improvement. All right, here's draft. I will stick around for draft, and then I will run and grab my team, and we'll go from there. Beishon Sejuani angle, honestly, yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. I know we've seen a little less of the tank junglers of late, but Sejuani's still an option. BLG banning out the Galio, the Skarner. JJ is still a really good Skarner, even if it feels like that champion's gone away in terms of the nerfs quite a lot. You need to ban the Sejuani yourself here. Possible. Maokai probably becomes a consideration at this point too. We're down a lot of jungle. We can just ban a load out again. Annie, Gwen. Yeah, don't give Annie tonight. Neferi, yes. I think that probably is wise. Who cares what about draft? Tell us what brand of teabag. So, Twinings is my go-to for base tea. If I'm wanting nice stuff, Wittard's is the correct choice as far as I'm. At the minute, I'm not even going with a teabag. I've gone loose leaf. So we've got ourselves a very lovely Jade Oolong, which is very, very nice. But I've also got some stuff. I've got some super grade Momo Oolong, which I've got hidden away, which is from Japan, which I've kept for years. Some of my very, very lovely stuff. So I've got some very lovely Japanese Hojicha and Momo Oolong, which are two of my favorites. Momo being peach. It's just what I know it as. Anyway, for this tea brand anyway. So, Yorick up and available. Kai'Sa away from Elk and Gala, interestingly. Yorick, I think, makes some sense here. What's the Shy's answer into it? Because normally it's the Nidalee, right? That's what he locks into the Yorick. You can hop out of the Dark Procession, be really annoying. Rookie Orianna game? Yeah, potentially. I think Pantheon has got to be a consideration, no? Like, if you don't love Pantheon here, Base One's picking it up straight away. Jax Pantheon? I think it has to be the Pantheon, no? Xin Tao's already gone. Neferi's gone. Lee Sin is gone. Yeah. Alright, Base One, you must have an idea about that. Vi's through. Of course it is. Are we just playing Vi here instead? Fine. Go button. Very linking moment. Add in the Akali. Okay, you've got yourself a very dangerous dive duo now. Probably use something else that will set up for the roam. We've seen a Yorick today already pop off. Arla went absolutely berserk on the champion earlier today. The Shy's Jax versus Bin. There we go. Orianna for rookie. Jax and Pantheon both pickers of it. Vex would be fun. Wouldn't be a bad game for it. I think she's never really found her way into the meta fully. Last time it was Mirwin playing as a tank top into... What was it into? Aurora? Gwen? One of the two? Gwen, I think. But there's the Orianna. Two decent ball carriers in the Pantheon and the Jax. They both have that opportunity to vault forward with various tools. The only thing, obviously, is the Pantheon will dislodge the ball. Rakan ban. Xayah was up, so that does make some sense. Rel. Also up and available. Nautilus up and available. Are we trading support? Renata. Yeah. Very lane dominant. Kallista's gone, but still has some good pairings. Now we ban Rakan, surely? Absolutely. Correct choice, though. Good read there. Obviously on. Very big Rakan player. I half wondered whether they might fourth pick it, honestly, Kazel, so I wasn't sure. But good read. Well, then again, blind picking support. That fun. They're banning the Rel. If you don't ban the Nautilus now, you just pick it on 4 here. And you have to find something for bot. Braum, I suppose? It's not that great in this comp. It's good in lane. Am I missing a tank support here, an engaged support here? We're getting the Fiddlestick support. Not a huge fan of the BLG's draft so far. Akali has been hit or miss. We've seen some very, very good Akalis and some ones which just haven't landed. And sometimes they're both game at once, in the same game at once. Both in the same game at once. That's the full sentence that I managed to mess up twice. Tristana. Ashe for the pick. Don't hate it. A little bit vulnerable into things like that Akali and Vi, though. So instead they go towards the Xayah. They probably have something planned in the background then if they are not picking up the Nautilus here. It's Corki Nautilus? Is it? Corki feels a bit miserable. Can sort of dive with the Vi and the Akali. Misfortune with, say, a Nautilus. Or even a Braum if you want the defensive tool. Okay. They're going towards the Corki. So Corki scales well. Has a good early lane because you've got a lot of AoE. Gatling gun is silly. On is a very good Elise play. He's pulled it out as a break glass option once or twice. Not so much this split. But the Twitch Elise from earlier on, when that was a thing, was very strong. All right. All right. I know this is going to be a bit of a shock because I think On has been very inconsistent. But I actually quite like On's Elise. Much like I like On's Nico. It's that kind of hyper-aggressive knife fight and hands check type champion that I like him on. It can be vulnerable if it goes wrong. And we know exactly what the limits of an Elise are. They didn't want to lock the Nautilus themselves and get dragged into a Braum lane or something similar, which could have been pretty miserable for the Nautilus. Fun option there. I think IG, that is a pretty good draft. Play for the side lanes. You've got a good wombo combo with the Pantheon plus Shockwave plus Nautilus. Jax is a good split push option. Should theoretically lose into the Yorick matchup. We've seen 1 or 2 Jaxes here start to get a better read on in terms of what they can do into the Yoricks. Bree, probably our best proponent. That Arla's not doing too bad of it either. All right. Turn the volume up. I'm going to get my cup of tea. I'm going to come back. Let's get ready for game number 3 of this series with some fun picks.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。全军出击！哼！
Fight bot side already. Bit of violence. Nice to see. Cheers completed. Junglers got a couple wards to work with, but are pathing understandably towards this bot lane. Hey, Dark World. Good to see it. Bit of an engage. Too much. On stepping on forwards though at this level 1. Just really annoying. We'll get hooked. Doesn't care that much. Because the important thing is zoning people off the wave. Got some pots to work with. That's fine. Ward down. Sweeps that one out. Nice angle. We'll have an idea now if the Pantheon decides to come through that top side. And again, we'll be on the blue buff as it stands. Started on Raptors, interestingly. And then came down towards his bot side. Allows him to be bot side a little earlier and be a bit more defensive in case some invades came through with the early pressure. Trust BLG in his drafts. I can see it. I can see it. BLG have been at their best when they get to play hyper aggressive in the enemy jungle in mid game. Snowball early. Comp has the tools to do it. Reliant on it in some ways when you've got things like the Elise. On the other hand, if IG can get to 2 items on a Xayah and an Orianna and a Jax, things get trickier. Good cocoon early. Ooh. Mako gets out. Didn't even have to flash there. I thought he might be forced to. The ignite down from on. That's a big chunk onto Mako, who has no more pots to work with, and have to be forced to reset. Dawn, Shield, and yeah, that's pretty regular into range matchups as the Akali. That and second wind and probably bone plating allows you to sustain through some otherwise more challenging matchups and still be able to get some farm. Especially if you can land a few Qs. And the Morning Mist onto the Shy. His matchups become a bit more study for Jax players now in terms of when you can afford to use your Counter-Strike and hops forwards. Plate claims. Beitwan is around. Looking to shadow. No pun for the FBX jungle. Just Shy on that up. Shy caught in the Dark Possession. Forced to ward hop out. Watch as you jump to a minion, so you won't have that down available. Important that that's been tagged. Might give an angle for Beitwan or Knight to find a Romon up there. I suppose on. Counter-Strike lands, turn around. But the turnaround with the grub's going to be very annoying. Arclight, Yorick. Does anyone here remember what Meteor's called Elise Cocoon ability? Couldn't possibly tell you. Surely nothing lose. Shot in 12. Bot CSO no, yeah. The Elise power can be this. Beitwan's in a lot of danger there. Hang on. Gets the blast shield, flashes out, stays alive. That got dicey. Might still look for this regardless. Zoned off the turret again though. While all that was happening, oh, hook onto Elk. It's a bit scary. Turnaround! Mako flashes out. Flash on forwards from the zone. Jungle is JJ. They lose 2. Oh, JJ, what a great response. Beitwan couldn't stick around because he lost too much HP. Immediate flash shield vault over the wall there to get involved. And that relieves the pressure. At the very least, Elk got a kill. Unfortunately, not onto the Xayah. And allows her to finally shove this wave out. Clear up the CS discrepancy a bit. It's not perfect, of course. They've dropped a lot of plates. Burned a lot of summoners. But hey, Gala's held on to his, and that's important. Beitron sold that a little bit. They kept the play up, despite that. I think probably because they felt like they had to get value there. On using the switch to disable the wards. Shy now in a dangerous position. JJ's around there. He's reading this really well right now. Plate secured. No walls put down, but the volatile spiderling used to scout out for potential JJ plays. Intelligent gameplay is on red side. Correct. Knight chunked out a bit here. Oh, hang on. Needs to be a bit wary. We need to show him flip over the wall. Mako just out of range of something like a shockwave there. Gala burned a lot of his feathers, which is giving Elk an opportunity to step on forward with deadly plumage. Enough move speed to get out. Mako puts the ward down, but walking on forward in the spider form. Goes back over, flash for the cocoon, jumping on top of it. Beitron was already on the dragon, and Mako has sold himself for spider food. Elk's the one that picks it up. Nice pick there. Second kill towards this Corki. But back towards bot side. Mako didn't see the dragon going on down. Roamed on in to get a control ward and ended up finding an Elise. Tried to hook out to safety and on went, well, I know where you're hooking to. I can just flash cocoon there. Rookie has been having a great time on the Orianna this split. He's up a fair amount of seeds. Oh, great cocoon! Gala throws down the barrier. Has to flash as well. In comes the Grand Starfall, though. Elk kind of knows he's dead. And be forced to back away. They really wanted that. Oh, Grand Starfall did them in. Weren't respectful of the global timing. And couldn't just trade 1-for-1 there. Look at Elk had the flash. That was doable. Didn't. So unfortunate death. Get the flash and the barrier out. JJ is here. As On now in danger. Needs to be wary of the hook. Will sidestep it. Get back towards the turret. But that's going to be another kill to Gala, you have to imagine. Tries to turn it around. Sidestep some. JJ picks it up. And unfortunately for Gala, doesn't get the assist. But a big killing spree there for JJ, who has managed to take some real bites out of this bot lane. And Beitron doesn't really get much on the other side. Gets to probably head towards these grubs, which is nice. And because JJ spent so much time bot side, no real way to contest this. And JJ with some really good counter ganks when the all-ins have come on through from BLG. He's been ready for them. Doesn't have the ult, doesn't have the flash, so no real way to come fight this, I don't think. Ben's got to walk on down. Smite used. Do they want to stick around for this? You've got to imagine they do. Yeah, JJ is not getting in here, I don't think. So that'll be grubs towards BLG. Wave lost mid. Corki will be asked to pick that up. This Pantheon being 1,000 gold ahead, though, is scary. Will be able to consistently punish the Elise. Elise has a bad time into that. The shield vault kind of mitigates the cocoon. You can't really afford to go up into the sky and then come back down again. Age Assault's very scary. You're permanently squishy as the Elise, and the burst combo from a Mortal Will empowered combo with Pantheon can be a bit scary. You do have Yorick with 3 grubs. Elise roaming on up here. And in fairness, 2-1 has been trying to continue to put the pressure down. You have to do it on the Elise. You can't play passively. Just been well managed by IG so far. I think On's individual mechanics in isolation have been the issue, per se. In some of the decision-making. The counter ganks have been a little unfortunate. I think Beitron on the other side has not really gotten that much value out of the Vi yet. Elk still getting a lot of gold here. As Spiderling won't quite interrupt the backs. Still, with 3 grubs, I think they can push this quite hard here. They get the whole turret, but I think it's going to be pretty close too. They've got Skittering Frenzy on the Elise as well with Spiderlings. That's a lot of extra grub damage. Reminder, Elise is actually quite a good turret taker with her Spider Form W. It's just gone. You take that. Big win. Full set of plates. Tries to step on forwards. Grand Star falls up and available. This will not be a 2v2. Cocoon lands. In comes the Grand Star fall, and that's just a dead spider. You had to know that was a possibility. Mako's here now as well, and Bim will surely fall. Where's Vi? Back in base? Won't even get anything off the maiden there. That's unfortunate. Grand Starfall came off cooldown, and then there was no additional members. It was a 3v2. And JJ and Beitron just off the map. Didn't fail flash, by the way. Oh no, really? Yikes. Oh, bin. See me try to get over the fat wall and failed it. Bin. Gala. Spreading out with Elk here. Flash over the feathers. So the rocket can't quite find it. Beitron flash on it and gets the jump on force. Can't quite get the kill, but the barrier came on through. Oh, Beitron. Doesn't have the first item. And it shows if that was a Sundered Sky, that would have been death. Flash, Cocoon, jumping onto Naoki. He's dead, surely. Shockwave not going to come on time. On nicely turns it around. The Shy TP's in. Important they get something back there after that fumbled play mid. They tried to kill Gala before he could get his ult off. Could not. Had the barrier. Oh, that will still be dragging over to IG. Bin, though. Get a bit of a chunk up top side. Won't get that much value, though, as Rookie TPs and clears out the wave. It's at least, despite having died a few times, thought you managed to pull off a few... Been involved in all of the kills that BLG have been involved in. So you can tell what's going on the other side. Like, again, like, Beitron really not done all that much this game. Compared to JJ, who's been all over the place. 4-0-3, 100% kill involvement for himself. Is such a problem, and I think that has now led to people like Gala getting to a very scary point on this Xayah ahead of curve. It's not a minor gold lead to Elk, of course, after the early lane power on the plates, but it's not exactly crazy at only 200 gold. Gold lead is near enough, even. I need to see a bit more value from BLG soon, or things are going to get tricky. Can play for another plate here. Up on 4 from JJ. Hang on. On needs to be really aware there. Has the rocket belt. In comes the Grand Starfall. There's no flash on. Hook goes wide. Gets the Cocoon down, but the Shield Vault manages it really well. And Beitron isn't there again. Can finally look to turn it around. In comes Knight. Can look to punish JJ. That'll be a massive shutdown. Finally beginning to punish one. Perfect execution. Into the Shuriken flip. Back on out of the counter strike. Trying to get the value back. Will get stunned up, but does go down. 2 for 1. Finally getting some value there. And important shutdowns there as well. Particularly onto JJ. That goes into the hands of Knight. They get the turret as well. That one was better. They were ready for the Pantheon ult that time. On. 1v1 in Gala. Semi-effectively there, not gonna lie. Got the Blood Song and that rocket belt done, so actually relatively high damage here. See where they want to go towards a Zhonya's or a Storm Surge. Seen kind of both builds on the Elise over the time. And again, if you're going to be into a Feb Pantheon, your Vi has to be tracking where things are. When has Beitron actually been able to punish the Pantheon in this early game? That was the first time we've really seen it. Our eyes on it. Nice play from BLG to get themselves an actual gold lead there off the back of it. Ben getting increasingly scary here on this Yorick. Knight also not exactly scared, unquiet. Rocket belt forwards, looks to go on top of the rookie. Shockwave lands, but still in the Twilight Tribe. Perfect execution, solo kill. Shy in danger on the other side as well as JJ is there. Beitron could look for a engage here. Another Morning Mist, solo kill from both solo laners. Billy Gaming. Find the spark. Railgun would approve. Morning Mist comes on down and JJ does not enjoy that either. That's giving free space mid lane. No solo laners, gives on an Elf the ability to look forwards here. Gala with ult, with flash, with barrier. Can definitely play defensively here, but this turret surely falls. Jump on forwards. Gets the Bites, jump on forward. That's the pop they were hoping for the last time. No opportunity to press R. And BLG come alive in the mid game, where they fumbled some of their plays over the last few weeks. The early game was a bit hit and miss. Well punished by JDG. But now, both solo lanes with solo kills. Mid lane with a grouped up kill onto Gala. They can turn to the Herald afterwards. Get everything they came for. That's a feat of strength as well. Let's have a look topside. What happened here? Finn lands the Morning Mist. Grubs everywhere. Maiden doing a lot of damage through the Counter-Strike. Minion wave as well. Tries to hop out. And just lands the Morning Mist just on the very edge to send the Grubs forwards. Ow. That's a 30 CS lead in top as well. I know if BLG wouldn't just would lock in, they wouldn't make these silly mistakes. They've just not always been very aware of how opponents can punish them. They sometimes fall into the top esports issue. I think top esports is more in lane, whereas BLG, their aggressive plays, you can counter them by having faster response time. It's what happened in game 2. It's happened to an extent in this game, though I think they've begun to find a little bit of an ability to play the map in multiple locations at once and just say the Pantheon can't be everywhere. Which is a way to play the game. 2k gold lead for the Elise. Got herself towards an arm guard at this point. Not bad, honestly. Bin, very scary himself. Knight with a solo kill is very scary himself. Elk, got a lot of early gold with the plates and the way the waves take. Gala is managing to match well enough. But the gold is still going to be pretty heavy for both of Elk and Gala. Hope their wallets are sturdy enough to hold it all. Herald immediately now into this. Got another dragon. Can get this tier 2. And then Billy Gaming, mid-game snowball. Looks very good this game so far. Suddenly 3.5 to 4k up. I think the ideal, Arindy, was that Gala had flash, barrier, and ult, and felt like he could outplay under the turret with Mako roaming to come and support him. It was just on the reset. He didn't get the chance. He got full combo. That was what they tried to do the last time and fumbled it. Oh, credit, by the way, over to the likes of Dizzy and Hayraven. We just hit over 8,700 followers on the Twitch channel, by the way, which is really awesome. Thank you all for coming on in and continuing to keep us all in business. Notice how they've chosen to give tons of tower gold to Elise. Yeah, they really have. I think part of it's because she's a good tower diver, so you can just play the 2v1 and threaten anybody who comes to try and defend it. But the other thing is it gets Elise to Zhonya's early. She is so much harder to manage if she's got gold, because effectively Elise at this point is an extra carry. You will be a scary part of a burst combo right now. Elise is not bad with gold. And it kind of allows you to just play with the solo laners, trust Elk to be safe by himself on the Corki. I agree, though. Al, you're right. They have given... That's Nymaera over in the YouTube chat saying, like, look, they've given this Elise a lot of turret gold, and I think that's fair. Is successfully snowballed. Unusual choice to give it over to the support, but I think, honestly, making this Elise legitimately useful at this point in the game is valuable. On, rocket belts away from the hook. It wasn't the common spear. Throws down the Titan's Wrath. Hit by the cocoon. Don't want to overstep the flank angle here. Lands the shuriken flare. Doesn't want to go melee range, understandably, of a Nautilus. Especially with no Zhonyas to work with. Atacam being started. Knight hiding in the bush. Following one of his heroes in Faker, eh? It's one of the reasons, the honest reason they got plates. Yeah, basically, got to step up with the grubs and threaten as the Elise is effectively a roaming turret taker / diver. Meiko needs to be really careful about putting those walls down. Saw how careful he was with that angle he took. This Atakan is gone. IG just didn't really have a fair way to find their way in. The TPM, it's a little late. Minute and a half until Dragon. Be sole point for BLG. Maybe they can look for this turret instead. On's coming, as is Elk. No references to Meteor's call on a Cocoon. Meiko's now gone forward. So Shockwave lands on 2. Flash away from Base 1 and Elk. Good damage there from Rookie. Earns double summoners. Actually, he'll delay the reset a little bit here, and they get the turret. That's a big moment for IG. They needed something. And the double flashes may be key here. Hiding around just to see if anyone oversteps. They won't. Bane gets to pick up that wave. Phase 1 into the enemy jungle. Pick up this Raptor camp. Do they want to play for this dragon? They may not. Rookie. Spots him out. That's going to delay the reset. Have to wonder whether Base 1 had a completion he needed to find camps for. A Rookie interrupt this again. Knight's now in danger as well. Jumps back into his own jungle. That's a second interrupt. Baron's up. No, it's not. I apologize. Not up yet. So used to the 20-minute spawn. It still hasn't stunk in properly. Years of conditioning. Dragon's almost up there. Knight. Training out well here. Currently 202. Upgraded Sork Pen boots. Needs to be wary though, as everyone's going to come flying on in. They go a bit deep there. I think they were expecting an all-in. But now it's a 1v4. Dragon's going to be taken. On's coming. Flash. Perfect execution. Tries to find time and can't quite do it. Can't quite get beyond the counter-strike. And they get the kill. Dragon is traded for it, but they do get a turret there. Important, that. Go back into the Jax's pocket, who have been falling away a little bit. Hello, sir. I've got the return of a Nymaera.
Howdy.
I will do just that.
Beep, beep. We'll figure out what to do with this last bit of the game. Yeah, I was talking about this in the YouTube chat. I was really intrigued by how much gold BLG gave the Elise. I think a lot of that has helped out with the fact that they have the 3 grubs. And Sam already talked about the implications of it. Basically, you have someone who can remove half a carry's HP bar for you, perhaps even more than that. And you also get the luxury Seekers. So, on. One of the most important members to BLG. I think if you were to pick out the 2 best performing members of BLG from this split, it would be Knight and On.
I agree.
On has been very mercurial, but his high's been absolutely clutch. It's so important to the team, so giving him some resources, even on a pick which is not that popular right now, I like it.
And it's kind of been an on-pocket pick, you know what I mean? The Twitch Elise from last split, which kind of was a break glass in case of emergency pick, did really well on that one then. Been very scary this game. Occasionally overplayed, but it feels like BLG in general just not quite aligned with where the Pantheon was going to be ulting. They managed to punish that a little as the game went in, kind of locked in a bit better on those timings. But early on, got quite problematic, and that means that JDG is also a legitimate additional character.
Red secured by IG. 4 minutes now until Dragon will be cloud sold for IG. Not the biggest gold lead. Of course, most of that gold lead is actually in their support as well. Of all things, but BLG do have good control of the map.
Yeah. Oh my god, is that the famous Catherine hot dog costume enthusiast, Nymaera?
Yeah, that's me.
How many hot dog costumes do you have?
I don't have any, Sam. It was owned by the studio.
Oh. Well, we're now looking at some of these spots and we're going, well, okay. Actually, for all that Knight has done very well in terms of finding some good flashy moments on screen, Rookie is very happy on the 10 CS a minute mark. It's 60 CS up on Knight, which is pretty rough.
Yeah, I think that's largely because BLG have chosen to give that sideline farm to the Yorick. Of course you do when you have a Yorick, because very, very good with an individual lead. Doesn't really do that much behind, conversely. as well. So Rookie on the other side, he has actually been picking up farm. The Jax a little bit less so. Lands, but the repel comes up.
Goes on forward with the Vault Breaker himself. Turn around from JJ with a shield vault. A little bit of trading tip for Tat there. No full engagement. Although Gala losing half his HP bar does suck. And again, welcome to at least getting to press QW on you.
You can see that the splash damage of the Vi E.
Yeah.
Through that one target on the Vi 2. Actually, really scary in terms of AoE. Potential flash from Mako. Need to be careful of that, but repel up again from On if he needs to. BLG do have some phase check tools with likes of the Corky Rockets and the Elise Spiderlings as well. Helps them traverse the map a little bit safer, knowing that the Nautilus can punish them.
Very much so. And we've kind of got a bit of a pause in the hostilities that have been pretty unrelenting for the last 10 minutes. Atacam was secured by BLG. They didn't necessarily get to survive that well in the last little engagement. They've managed to pick up 3 dragons, which does mean they're at soul point as well. It means realistically our next point of contest will be in about a minute's time when the Baron and the dragon will be up at once.
So let's see if we get any big breakpoints for that. Don't have the Lord Dominance regards coming from Elk just yet. I was actually wondering if you go for some more bruiser things. And okay, third item, that is hit. Very important. That means it's a lot harder to survive with the Jax, particularly in the front line, who is one of your tankier members. Of course, on the other side, though, you do have a 3-item Xayah. Gala manages to escape the initial engage. Shockwave helping with that too. It's going to be very, very strong in terms of DPS. We are close enough in terms of gold and items that it will be about execution on this next fight. There's no overwhelming advantage in this point of the game for one team or the other. BLG will be looking to remove one of those carries with Elise, Akali assassination potential. IG playing on the defensive side of that, trying to peel back and use their DPS.
A lot of the gold leads in the normal carry rolls are pretty much even, but there's a 2k advantage for the Elise. That's the whole gold lead for BLG. It's all on.
Well, I mean, it is a powerful champion to use. You can use it as a poke champion. There's not any sustain on the side of IG. You can get some very good burst potential. Of course, you're typically very fragile, but you even have that Seekers to help you out. Dragon is now spawning now. Baron's up. Number 2nd Dragon for IG doesn't really matter. So BLG say, all right, you can take that if you want. We'll threaten the Baron.
Knight headed over the wall with that Shuriken flip. Now on a good flank angle. Does clear out that wall, but the teleport comes flying on through down to 5,000 HP. Pulled away for a moment as the TP wards BLG off. They don't want the full flip.
One was actually still leashing the Baron, but loses half his HP for it. Not sure that's a great idea. He was using the Maiden to block the hook angle, but all that's happened is On's lost half his HP, mid turret's gone down. BLG a little indecisive here.
Moving forwards now, hook for Cocoon trade, on goes Golden. We'll have the repel available, we'll need to use it well, still has the flash. Gets to stay alive, flash on forward, gets that bite. On the other side, JJ engaged onto, doesn't get that much damage as the counter-strike from the Shy, giving a bit of space. Mako low, not down. Maybe looking for something more there was Knight, can't quite find it.
That was a very weird sequence of events from On. On still has half HP, no Seekers this time. Rookie could potentially Shockwave, was trying to use that Fog of War advantage. Dragon, now BLG on a decent position. On the choke point.
Good command dissonance, but on the back line goes Knight! Flashes out of the Shockwave, Rookie goes Golden, but he's already killed off Gala as well! Rocket Belt comes on down, they'll bring down the Elise, sure. But he could be really wary. Hang on, command attack could make a bit dangerous. Finally comes on down with that venomous bite. Knight did go down, and that got a little bit dicey, but you still got damage in the Elise. They can head straight down mid lane. They've got a wave and Grubs and a Yorick. How far can they go?
I think with 3 Grubs, they can go as far as they want. Knight might have just found the assassination potential to end this game.
All right, perfect execution by Nate. It'll be perfect execution by Game. Finds his moment, dives in with the Elise, and they'll break the game here in a matter of moments. We were wondering whether they were beginning to get a little indecisive. We should never have doubted them. It'll be 2-0 to BLG, sending them to 12-6.
IG had one last chance to give themselves a bit of a last hurrah before playoffs. They were denied top 4 rather, by BLG just yesterday when BLG bested Top Esports, our current rank 1 team within Ascend. BLG will then finish off their season with 2-1 versus IG to confidently see them into that top 4.
And they do so in very BLG style of this split. We're seeing with the good mid-game aggression from them. Some of those spicy picks to give them some value. And of course, you're looking at your likes of Knight and Bin finding those 1v1 kills again. It's been a little while since we've seen them truly firing on all cylinders. Knight's been trying, obviously, but feels like he'd been alone for a little while and find some more value.
Alright folks, hello. I just came in for the end of this one because I've done with various LEC meetings for the day. You've mainly been watching my brother Sam Initialise on this channel today, whether that is on here, on Twitch, or on YouTube, or on the Onivia restream over on YouTube as well. We hope you've enjoyed our content. Yeah, you know, we're trying to deliver you the best LPL cast that we can on a daily basis to keep you guys entertained and informed about what is happening here within the LPL, and we hope you've enjoyed that today. BLG, IG, their last series of the regular season, they'll be going into either playoffs proper or the play-ins towards the playoffs as well. IG, finishing 5th, will have to play an extra best of 5 to get into playoffs proper. They'll likely be playing against either one of EDG or LGD. I'm not sure which one from Group Nirvana was the lower seed out to them. I believe it's EDG, and I believe that will be IG's matchup to play best of 5 Fearless to get themselves a place in playoffs proper.
BLG looked like BLG today, says Flanking God, and I kind of know what you mean. It does feel like they're playing with that kind of swagger that had been missing. Not always perfect. There are moments where they feel a little bit out of sorts. The enemy team can respond to the moves they make, and that can be tricky to manage. So we'll see how they do, but it does look a lot better for them. It means I'm quite excited to see how they'll look in playoffs.
There was some Beichuan slander from you earlier saying that he was ruining the game from BLG early on. The game 3.
Oh, he was all over the place.
Yeah, I think JJ, you got to feel a bit for him, right? I actually think he used the Pantheon very well.
He was really good.
While I do think probably BLG did very much underestimate the Pantheon Ultimate where it was on the map, you've got to praise JJ for doing his best.
True, he was very good.
Now, I couldn't catch, what do you mean, On and Elk are playing good, right? LOL. I mean, they've been a little inconsistent. I think game 2, I think that obviously Elk got blasted by Gala. And in game 3, yes, it was a good Elise snowball, but they still had a tricky dive early on, which didn't quite work out the way that they wanted to. And Elk had a couple of mistakes where they got caught out by that Pantheon too. I walk away from this series feeling like IG do still have the ceiling to contest against top teams. They're not just a name brand team. They can contest against them. I think they are much better than they were last split, importantly too. BLG, having beaten top esports, having taken down the IG here today back-to-back in back-to-back days, you know, you have to look at them as, I wouldn't call them a favorite for playoffs necessarily, because
but they are now in a conversation that they weren't in.
No, they're not. But they're definitely
before Beichuan,
they're
right?
definitely contenders. Yeah. They're definitely contenders, and that's exciting because whenever BLG are contenders, you know, there's going to be some of the more of that LPL classic, early scrappy play that we love to see from this region.
And like, and as you can sort of see it in the damage teams, right? Gala didn't really get to play this game, despite the fact that bot lane kind of went even-ish. It was actually unrelentingly kept under a turret, right? And BLG knew what the game plan was. They took some risks doing it, and I think it could have gone wrong for them. But they have always been a team, particularly in bot lane, to knife fight, and they were happy to take that. And credit to JJ, he tried, just wasn't quite enough.
Okay, so that's all the games today. How was the first series today? AL, JDG.
AL looked lost.
Jam.
JDG I mean, okay, the first game was close until JDG closed. JDG nearly threw it, but then they came back and ended it. Game 2 was a bit of a wash, all things said and done. Arla got a 3k gold laid on Yorick. It was pretty silly, and he just sort of turned up into team fights with a Sterix and a Shojin on top of the normal build, and went like, yeah, you can't kill me. Eat Yorick autos.
Okay, well, good shift today, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess that'll do us for today. Guess we'll go hang out with parents.
That's it. I could use a sandwich on the way, so I might go get that for catch place on the way and then head over.
I'm probably eat something too.
This stuff. I think it does make this conversation with playoffs very interesting, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Look, I don't think IG are a bad team. I think all of our teams are inconsistent to a degree. We've seen BLG go up and down. JDG randomly goes on 3-match loss streaks into 3-match win streaks, blah, blah, blah. AL can have games where they look lost. Top esports are typically a more consistent one, and even they drop games within series very consistently, actually. So none of our teams, I think, are confidently winning enough, or winning confidently enough for me to say, okay, they're favorites to the playoffs. It's very, what? Okay, well, I guess you have to say that. No. There's actually, it's very hard to say who's favorites to playoffs, really.
Or rather, it's like there are some regions where the favorites to playoffs are. It's like you are favorites and it's a done deal. Like you look at Gen G and you go, okay, right now, you guys look like you will win this playoffs, and maybe HLE or T1 might take a game off you, but let's be real, you are by out and out in a league of your own. There are favourites in the LPL, but if they were to lose, like if TLP Sports would get beaten by Anyone's Legend or BLG on a good series, that wouldn't surprise me, if you know what I mean. So that's what I mean. Like the favourites are 60% chance to win, say, not 80 to 90%. Like I'm looking at, say, the LCK right now and going, okay, Gen G are out and out favourites to win that league right now, with very little competition in the grand scheme of things.
Who's our MVP? Knight gets MVP. Yeah, it was a sick Kali game. Very good executions. That last fight was absolutely
very important.
I think On will feel a bit hard done by, but also he did some healthy inting in the early game, so...
Yeah, he literally was 100% kill participation, but also died a lot. So it was like one of those ones like he made some really good plays and then would also die. So it was like, what? It's the Elise gameplay arc.
Oh, how was the 1v1 between the Shy and On?
On wrecked him.
Really?
2 kills on. It was Ezreal v Ezreal.
I actually think On has ended up having that all the time. Okay, folks, that's going to be our end of our coverage here today. Thanks. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll let you watch some of the highlights while if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Of course, everyone, please go give a hand, a follow, a like, a subscribe over to Sam on Initialise.
Oh, thank you very much. Well. Do it here as well.
And do it here as well, of course, on my own channels too. Wouldn't be able to do this without Sam. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. If you are on, did you switch over to doing Onivia's channel, by the way? Well, why have you turned that on here? Because you probably pressed start all. Basically, it means there's an extra feed, which you didn't have to do that today. It shouldn't lead to anything, but that's why I said you only have to. Anyway, it doesn't matter.